We are live. Let me know if you can hear me. Probably you can't. Oh, you might. You can. I think. Yeah. Can you? I hate the glare of my background. Virtual background. Can I have one of those? No, we're not going to have one of those. We'll just have a blur. How about that? Okay. Yes, you hear me. Good, 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 good. Okay. I'm sorry I'm late, even though it's only by a moment or two. I was cooking pizza. How is everybody? I don't want to eat in your ear, but I'm starving. Lula. Moonlight. Betty, Dina, Nicole, Curdy, my love, Snoopy, Felicia, Gavel, BG. Hey, Jan. Good to see you. And you and y'all and everybody. So we're going to go over the Karen Reed stuff. Does everybody know? Hi, Irish Rebel and Catherine. Does everybody know about Karen Reed? I'm going to stop cam while I'm eating, though. Right? Unsupervised. I want to talk to unsupervised because I think and Jenny's coming up. Gavel Geeks, that's for you. All right, I won't mute. I mean, we're all like family anyway, so what's the difference? Unsupervised Maniacs is making a video. I believe it's about Gannon's autopsy photos. I think that's what it is. And I think somebody was talking crazy to her. You're interested to see which way this chat leans. Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. I can't wait to see what she puts out because she puts out some really good stuff. It's Jenny, y'all. It's Jenny. Yeah, you're getting crap, right? That's ridiculous because you're going to put out a video. I mean, it happened. How did I get something on my shirt? You slob.
What you doing?
Clearly. There's MJ. Oh, what is that?
MJ, yay!
From the block. I can't hear you, Jenny.
You can't? Hold on.
Can anybody else hear Jenny? I can't.
Okay, is that better?
Jenny?
Oh no.
Maybe Deets will come up if she ever sees my message.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now?
Y'all can hear her. Oh, you know why I can't? Shut up, Jenny. Stop. Just leave me alone, woman.
What?
Oh. Oh.
I did not do nothing. What kind of pizza you got?
Take a guess. You know me. Let's see if you know me. What do you think it
If
is?
I know what kind of pizza you have?
Mm-hmm. What's my
Why would,
favorite is pizza. Do you remember?
it seems like it was something gross. Is it
Ma'am, how dare
like
you?
anchovies and jalapenos or something?
No, it's chicken bacon ranch, man.
Oh, that's not really pizza. That's like a specialty pizza.
It's so yummy. Stop it right this minute.
It is yummy.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
thought you had like a whole banana peppers and
Oh, girl.
pineapple and stuff. I like
As
pineapple though.
plain as I am, you think that I would eat that? Never. Not a chance in hell.
So why
Mm-mm.
couldn't you hear me when I came up?
'Cause I'm an
Just
idiot.
because. Yeah, just because.
You know,
No, you're not an idiot.
because I had it on the wrong thing. Leave me be, Jenny. There's been so much going on in Karen's case. Now, there are several channels who cover it, like The Glare. Um, I know that Heels in the Air and B Tim have recently been covering it as well. LTL Crime covers it. There's several. Melanie Little, the attorney, she's been
Yeah,
covering it quite a bit. She's been going over it. Core TV goes over it.
I see random people covering it every once in a while. Like I'll see something like, "Oh, I didn't know they were covering this.
Yeah,
Cool.
me too.
The more the merrier."
Yeah, I mean, I think it should definitely get out there. And
Courtney
I mean,
covers
it
it.
has with Court TV. Courtney seems to have very strong opinions on it.
Mhm.
Melanie's dog episode was great. Mhm.
Do you know what? I haven't seen many people at all that don't have really strong opinions on it, one way or the other.
You don't?
No, I said very many. There are
Yeah.
definitely. I don't think Steph. I don't think anybody does.
No,
I mean,
I
not
don't
anybody,
think
but I don't
Beats
think
does
any of
either.
us
No,
do. Mm-mm.
that's going to be screenshotted. Maybe. I don't know. Uh,
I haven't listened to that though. I'll be honest. I haven't listened to that yet, so
what?
I don't know what that perspective is.
Beat him in heels?
Yeah, I haven't. Oh, because I haven't. I haven't had a lot of time to do anything at all, but definitely
Neither.
not a lot with Karen's case lately. But I did do some work on it the other night, so.
It's such an interesting case. I mean, from the first time we
Mhm.
talked about it up until now, it's not gotten any less interesting. It is a case that you're just like, what is going to happen?
I have no idea because I'm so interested to see the evidence. And they're going forward in March, right?
They're
Is that
supposed to
right?
be. Yeah, yeah, they are supposed to be. The whole issue was that, they didn't go forward and they just had another hearing to go forward. So I think they wanted it delayed, but that's just not going to happen. So
Oh my gosh. Let me tell you what a pain it was because I wanted to be able to listen to the documents,
I know
right? So you have to convert them.
you have to.
And oh my gosh.
It's such a pain.
There's a crease in the page. So it reads it as an I,
Oh
even
my God,
on the lines that don't have any text. So
bro.
it's like this long pause, it'll go I. And this long pause will go I.
Yeah, no. How can they without all the evidence? I wonder if they found something that gave them that decision. They really do want it to go forward. They wanted a delay, and from what I can tell, there's not going to be a delay now. They're going to go forward. The hearing was not very long at all.
Are we going to watch it?
Yes, I'll go pull it up right now. I'll go pull
Yes.
it up right now. Present, share your screen. I feel like I haven't been on here in 40 years, but I have. All right, let's see if this works and anybody can hear it. I don't know.
Information from the U.S. Attorney's Office. I do appreciate that you're
We will then be in a position to make our
course not.
disclosures.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it? You, Jenny?
Oh, it's slow, but I can hear it. Dean
You
said
could.
she's cooking dinner and she will be here after.
Oh, I love her so much. But y'all can hear it.
It was really low.
Okay. I want to just say that since I got this new idiotic monitor that comes with microphone, a microphone and everything inside of it, everything defaults to that, and it's so annoying.
Ugh.
Oh, hold on. Let's see.
No.
So we actually have an update, Your Honor. At 8:28 p.m. last night, the parties received an email from the U.S. Attorney's Office stating the following regarding the procedure going forward.
Really low.
First, this is a quote. First, as soon as we hear back from the DA's office regarding the latest to the protective
It is. Do you have like?
file our motion.
Still too low, huh?
It's pretty low. Do you have like a system sound? That's
Yeah, I'm going in there now to adjust it. Maybe.
sorry.
No, yeah, I
Of all
wanted you to
people-
tell me if it was too low.
Of all people, you know how to check your stuff. So
Let me show her. I want it all turned up. All of it.
I want to know what Deeds is cooking for dinner.
In federal court. We will then be in a position to make our disclosures.
That's even
immediately
worse.
Upon number one, the
Hang on.
federal judge's endorsement
it.
of the protective order, and number two, execution by the parties of the
Let
acknowledgement.
me rewind it a
form.
bit. All
We
right.
have an update, Your Honor. At 8:28 p.m. last night, the parties received an email from the U.S. Attorney's Office stating the following regarding the procedure going forward. First, this is a quote. First, as soon as we hear back from the DA's office regarding the latest edits to the protective order, we will file our motion in federal court. We will then be in a position to make our disclosures immediately upon number one, the federal judge's endorsement of the protective order, and number two, execution by the parties of the acknowledgement form on the protective order. Second, we expect that this could happen as soon as tomorrow. Now,
Right.
this is an email that we're receiving last night.
Right, you said that.
They said, but he said in parentheses, again, assuming a quick turnaround of the protective order and acknowledgement forms on your part, speaking to the parties. In any event, and barring something unforeseen, we would characterize the disclosures as happening within a matter of days.
Okay, great. Mr. Lally, I know you're on trial, but have you been able to hold up your end of this yet, or when will you be able to?
I anticipate being able to respond in regard to there was some language as far as the protective order that the Commonwealth was concerned about, given its obligations for a public records request, as
Okay.
well as some issues in regard to when the finality of the proceedings may be defined. But I think those are easily resolvable issues. So I anticipate we should be able to hopefully do that this afternoon.
Okay. All right, let's have it done no later than tomorrow afternoon.
Sure.
Okay, good. So that solves that. Rule 17, Google, your Exhibit A. Where do we stand with those records? Has anyone inquired of Google as to where they are, Ms. Giannetti?
So with regard to both Verizon and Google, the problem that we run into is, number one, we're not law enforcement, and number two, we're not members of the clerk's office. They will not respond to a criminal defense attorney to give an update.
Have you called legal counsel for the agencies?
Yes, we have.
Has a lawyer called a lawyer?
So, Your Honor, with regard to the grounds for the motion to continue that was jointly filed, it was the Verizon records, it was the exhaustive testimony.
I understand, and we're going through them. So can you answer that question? Has a lawyer contacted legal counsel? Not a member of your team, but
Right.
a lawyer.
So it's we've tried to do that.
Okay.
It is almost impossible to get legal counsel on the phone speaking to a defense attorney unless they're the ones reaching out to you. So again, this is something that the Commonwealth can accomplish. They are law enforcement. Your clerk's office can accomplish it. They're part of the court.
Jim, you talked to Verizon at one point, right? When there was a problem with records?
I did.
Okay. All right, so that's been done.
Which
Please, yeah.
Okay. I thought everyone was going to be here today. I didn't know we'd have people on Zoom.
I had emailed the court yesterday to say that if it was just going to be.
Yeah, I found out from
a
Mr.
motion to
McDermott
continue, it would just
this
be me in
morning.
person.
All right, so Ms. Little's up here.
I don't know if some of you can handle Boston
Good
people
afternoon,
talking
Your Honor.
fast,
Good
but
afternoon.
we're
So
gonna.
what can you tell me?
If I-
Let's start with Google. What can you tell me about Google?
Yes, Your Honor. If you recall, at the very last court date, Your Honor was going to inquire of Mr. McDermott and review the declaration that Brian Albert had filed and get us a copy of the court order so that we could follow up with Google. That was a discussion that we had at sidebar. I don't have, as it stands, a copy of the reference number in order to follow up with Google. And I also don't know what was filed under seal by the third party. So there were some issues that the court was going to discuss with the clerk at sidebar and then get back to us about. So I don't know what the status of those records are because we need to follow up about that.
All right. So Mr. McDermott, tomorrow, why don't we check in with Google and let council know any information so that they can follow up, okay?
Sure.
All right.
Should be easier to
All
get
right,
in
so
touch
now
with
we're moving
Google.
on to Rule 17 regarding Michael Proctor and Jennifer McCabe.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to finish talking about Verizon as well.
We weren't there yet. I asked you specifically
Oh,
about Google. Now we're moving on to the Rule 17 records. I'm doing it in the order of your motion. So Rule 17 regarding Michael Proctor and Jennifer McCabe. Where do we stand with that, Mr. Lally?
I believe I received a letter yesterday from Mr. Reddington's office in regard to Ms. McCabe's materials being filed with the court. So that was my understanding with regard to that. I hadn't checked the docket or downstairs yet.
Okay.
And I had spoken to Trooper Proctor in regard to his communications. If they haven't been received by the clerk's office yet, then I will ensure that they are
Forthwith.
yes.
Okay. All right. And the Verizon records that were ordered. What do you know about that, Mr. Lally? Any information on that?
I don't.
Okay. Mr. McDermott, this is the one that Verizon sent the wrong records?
That's correct.
All right. And you followed up with them?
I did follow up with them, and they were going to fix the situation. I don't know if there's a cell phone record received from Verizon on January 25th, but that was probably the first one that was incorrect, correct?
It was.
All right.
And for the record, Ms. Little did call Verizon on January 25th. As soon as we received those records, that was the first time we did receive them.
Okay. So Ms. Little, is that what you wanted to address?
Yes, Your Honor. As you know, at the last court date, we had discussed at sidebar what the status of those records were. We did get a copy of the court order. I was able to follow up with Verizon. It looks like they were sent to the court actually back in November of last year. The date of that letter was, I believe, late November. Once we received the records, it looked like they were from the incorrect user. I was able to call the law enforcement and court number to speak with them about that.
Okay.
They,
A lady
they did
died.
acknowledge that there was a mistake on their end, but they asked that the court clerk follow up with them because I was not an authorized person to discuss it.
We don't sound any different. I've been listening to people, Boston people, all day today. There's a TikTok channel and a Instagram channel, and it's this guy from Boston. And Scott called while he was racing, and he's like, "What have you been watching, Boston people?" Yeah, I have.
You can always tell.
I know that Jim very quickly reached out to follow up with them.
It's awful. It gets so strong.
All right. So we can double check
Yeah, I
that.
could always
Mr. McDermott.
tell when I talk to my
I just
mama.
did check. I haven't received anything yet, but I can follow up tomorrow.
All right, great. All right, so that moves us to the DNA, Bodie Technology. Let's talk
DNA.
about that first. Mr. Lally, that was to be expedited. What's the information we have from them?
So that is really the only issue and the reason that it's a joint motion to continue from my perspective. I don't oppose the motion, but the reason that it's a joint request from my end. So where we stand, I spoke with someone from Bodie yesterday,
Okay.
and really what I said to Mr. Unetti, but it didn't get encapsulated within the motion, that they're the two sort of different sets of testing that are going on. So there's the hair sample with the mitochondrial DNA testing, and then there's the taillight evidence with regard to the troopers' samples that they submitted as well. So with reference to both of those samples, I anticipate initially what I was told, even with the 8-week rush expedited return, was sometime around the 3rd week of March or something like that. And so that was in part why
This has literally been going on forever. And they're talking about the 3rd week of March with a rush.
It's a lot more than 8 weeks.
It's 8 weeks from the date that they receive it. So not, and there were some delays in regard to that as far as whether or not there was going to be any observation testing and collecting the samples, submitting the samples. It's been a bit of an arduous process. But the point, the further point of clarity that I received yesterday is that they expect, it's on a definitive due date, but their expectation is that that testing should be completed the first week of March with regard to both sets. My issue, though, sort of ancillary to that is, and I'm not faulting counsel for this, but I have no reciprocal discovery in this case. And my expectation is that I may be receiving some, if not a voluminous amount. I can't file a certificate of compliance and a motion for reciprocal discovery under the rules, as the court is well aware, until I've completed my discovery obligations, which I won't be able to do until we get to that first week of March when I get the DNA reports. So that is my reason for looking to push the trial date out a little bit in order to be able to satisfy my discovery obligations, file the motion for reciprocal discovery, and give counsel at least some reasonable amount of time to provide whatever it is they have, of which I just don't know.
All right. So while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that?
No, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue.
Okay. So, all right. So we're not dealing with canine DNA? All right. All right. So Mr. McDermott will help us out here tomorrow. Mr. Lally will make any edits that he's suggesting to the protective order, and that will go out no later than tomorrow.
Yes.
So it sounds like in first week of March, let's keep on them and see if we can get that DNA discovery before then. So what I'm going to do is let's keep that February 26th date. We still have the motion to dismiss and the motion for the DA's office to, let me get it right, motion for sanctions and disqualification of the DA's office.
Okay, can I be heard on that, Your Honor, please?
For heard on what,
On
scheduling?
the February 26th.
So on February, just let me finish.
Of course.
So February 26th will be on the motion to dismiss.
The motion to dismiss only.
Yes, I said we still have two outstanding. It'll be the motion to dismiss that date. And I'll hear where you're at on the motion for disqualification on that date.
I see. So
Get rid of the district
only issue
attorney.
with regard to February 26th is that's 1 week from Monday.
Right.
The Commonwealth has indicated that they anticipate filing response briefs to our motions and our memorandum. I would assert that we should be given the opportunity to file reply briefs to their response briefs. And our objection to that date is there's not enough time to get all of that done by February 26th. And the issue should be fully briefed so that both sides have had their opportunity to fully brief it, and the court has an opportunity to review the briefs prior to taking the bench on February 26th.
It's an Odell motion, right?
Well, yes, Odell, yes.
Yeah, so it's an Odell motion. I have your motion and the attachments, police reports. I have that thumb drive with all of the grand jury minutes on it. Mr. Lally, you're going to file an opposition when? Ms. McLaughlin, when is that opposition? When can we have, Mr. Lally's on trial. Can you help us out with that, Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, Your Honor, I anticipate having one motion filed today in regards to the disqualification and sanction motion.
Okay,
Probably need a few days, a week or so to get the motion.
let's do it by next.
We can all have opinions in here, but we're going to act like adults. All right. So some people are going to be for Karen. Some people are going to be against Karen. Some people are going to try and bring up Turtle Boy, which he is discussed in here in the 300 pager. But we can have conversations. We don't have to be assholes to each other. Okay.
Wednesday? All right, and then you can have something, an opposition to an opposition or a reply to an opposition on an Odell motion. 2 days, Mr. Yannetti, you can have something by next Friday. So the hearing will be on the 26th.
Okay, what time, Judge?
Jim, what time is it scheduled? Whatever time it's already scheduled for.
Her courtroom
Okay,
looks so
thank you very
old,
much.
like
All right, Jim.
old, dusty.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's old, dusty courtroom.
I love it so much.
She said goodbye. All right. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So what? My God. This was a huge drop of information. So it is Norfolk, and then it's Superior Court Department, Norfolk Superior Court, docket number, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion for sanctions and disqualification of the Norfolk County District Attorney. It is a lot. So Your mental age is about 3 fingers. Well, this case is, I mean, it's tearing Canton up. It's torn people up on here. They are passionate about this case. And I get it. I mean, I don't you should be. An officer is dead, right? But at the same time, we don't have to be, ask somebody why their opinion is that rather than justice for the officer. Yeah, John O'Keefe. I mean, that's what's important in this entire thing,
That's all we
that's
should ever care about in trials.
Yeah.
Is justice and the truth, right? And it doesn't matter
Right.
what side you're on.
No, it doesn't. And I feel personally still at this point that Karen Reed, based on what I know, and new things come out all the time, based on what I know, I don't believe she should be charged with murder. No. Could it have been an accident? Maybe. But even based on everything that I know so far, no, I don't think she's guilty. But people who feel like people on the social media, when you say that, they're like, you believe in a conspiracy. No, I just think that the evidence isn't showing me that she's guilty of murdering this guy. I don't feel like that's the truth. And I agree, Baffled. His investigation, it doesn't seem to me to have been handled in the manner in which any investigation, should be handled, but especially that of a fellow officer.
Red Solo cups.
Yeah, red Solo cups. Since
Not
fucking
going in the
when?
home.
Since fucking when? Since never.
Yeah. And there's a
Yeah,
difference.
not going in the house. Exactly. There's a lot.
There's a difference between a investigation not being conducted correctly and someone being
Welcome.
guilty or innocent. It's two different things in my mind, right? So, but a lot of times it seems like if an investigation isn't handled properly, there is a rush to cover that it wasn't handled properly, and sometimes that ends up with um, people being charged that are not guilty. Um,
Of
and then
course. And
it just
being from
snowballs.
Boston, I know for a fact that there's a lot of cover-ups. And people say, yeah, well, just because that happens everywhere. It happens all the time. I don't want to sound too crazy, but Boston is a different breed of people, whether you like it or not. They
is.
are a different breed. And when they are loyal to something, they are. And if you're going to
Yeah.
protect a cop, there's a real solid line there. And sometimes you have the good old boys club. And, that sucks too when that happens, especially if you're on the other end of it. I mean, we remember when her hearings were first happening and there was like a line of cops. Have you ever seen anything like that in a courtroom?
I was
Yeah.
stunned. That was the first thing I ever saw about her case was with all those cops standing in the courtroom. And I was like, what in the hell is going on? This is not okay. That's
It is not.
intimidation. And they could say, oh, we're just making sure, it's safe in here. There was no necessity for that level of officer presence in a courtroom like that.
It was really surprising to me to see. I mean, it's because it's one of their own, but it still surprised me. I mean, look at these.
You're right too about the loyalty part of that. All of my Boston friends are extremely loyal,
Oh yeah,
good, solid people. Like
but they
MJ,
can
I
be
was gonna
loyal
tell
to a fault.
MJ said she doesn't know she still has her accent. Holy crap! Yeah, you do. And like my husband knows her as the Edward Scissorhands lady because we were on Voice one time and she said she was talking about something and she said Edward Scissorhands and he was like, "What did she say?"
And what's this?
Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
love you, MJ.
I mean, if we look at this courtroom, it's crazy town. I mean, it's something, you know. It is altogether different, and people say, "Oh yeah, you know, my city's like that," and no. You see this? You see these faces? You listen, ho.
Like,
Like they're
Saint,
not screwing around.
Aiden looks like a kid in school
Yeah,
trying to get by with something that he's not
here he
supposed to be
is.
doing.
He's like, oh boy. Yeah, this is one of the early ones. And it's really something to see all the people back here. I mean, it's full. And still now, I mean, it's cold. It is cold. Nobody wants to be outside in this. And they're still standing out there for Karen. You know, they're out there. They've got their signs. They have their sweatshirts. They have their posters. They're out there. I mean, of course, the rallies and things aren't as major as they were since Aiden got into trouble, but they're still pretty major. I mean, and people are coming out there, and I have a question for those who believe she hit him. Just wondering how no one on that street saw her slam into him, the force being so extreme he was thrown across the lawn. He was a big guy. He was. How no one heard it. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, she would have had to do like a 3-point turn as well, right? I don't see it, but
Well,
oh,
there's
absolutely.
the wounds too. I have a problem with the wounds on his arm. I don't understand that. I mean, if they can explain
I
it,
don't
I'm
either.
down for that. But right now, I don't understand what that is.
Oh no, his funeral had a lot of people. You don't need 50 people, right? And that's a point that we really need to make, right? We're not saying, you know, I don't know that anybody's saying that a whole town of cops or a whole town of, you know, politicians or whatever are involved in this conspiracy. That's not even plausible. And I don't think. I think that a cop was in the house, another cop was dying on the lawn, and the cops who are taking care of the scene don't go into the home in which the guy on the ground on the lawn is dying right away to investigate and find out, was he harmed in the house? Did somebody throw him out here? What happened? They just kind of didn't, which is surprising. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So could there be corruption right there if there's a connection? Sure. Could there be further corruption if the people who were there at the house are now driving Karen back to the scene and they don't want whoever's in the house to be in trouble? Sure. But then it ends there. Why do we have to include the coroner and the medical examiner or whatever? You know, nobody's saying the judge and all of these people are involved necessarily, but
generally, I know when I first started watching trials, I always felt like the prosecution was in the right. Not that the person was guilty, but that the prosecution was going to be honest in what they presented. And in all fairness, that's not always the case.
No.
Prosecution, they're human beings too.
Yep,
So
they are. And they're not always right. Somebody wanted
no.
to know why people are saying that Karen Reed's team turned on Aiden. There is a line in here that talks about Aiden being an intimidator. I don't think Aiden himself would deny that he can be intimidating. I haven't read the entire thing. That's what we're about to do. You know, there may be parts that we skip over here, but we are going to go over this because it's important, because I think people have skimmed through it, right?
Yep.
Or they've seen pieces on Twitter and now they know the whole story. And it's like, no, documents are important and they need to be read because they're important. You know,
It's not Twitter anymore.
X.
X. It's
X.
axe.
Everybody was drinking and driving that night. All of them. Sadly. I don't know if he could have slipped on the ice and fell due to his injuries. His injuries were pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean,
You think he
I
could have
need to
slipped
know
and fell?
on his
Onto
face.
what?
He would have had to get up and be on his back after he fell. He'd had to fall in a second time, maybe.
I know those injuries are pretty rough.
And the arm, I don't know. Like I just have no idea how
His
that
arm
happened.
still makes me crazy because I don't understand that at all.
Well, where those wounds are and what they look like, I mean,
They don't make sense to me personally.
they don't make sense with the story that the prosecution has put forth.
No. I mean, does that make them dog bites? No. What does it make them then?
No,
I don't know. That to me,
look at the position of. I mean, I can't say for sure, but just the positioning and the pattern is a lot.
it is a lot. And that's not the only injuries at all. He had injuries on his face. He had injuries on his side down here. There are others, and I have photos of them. And I don't know. You hit him with your car. So if he was facing her car, and she backed into him and hit him, I mean, wouldn't most of the damage be to like his lower abdomen, thighs? He's a
Yeah.
6 foot something guy. Think about that. Where
Not his face.
yeah, not as what happened to his arm? That looks like deep scratch cuts. It doesn't look like a car rammed into you at what did they say, 40 miles an hour or some crazy thing.
Well,
I
I
was like,
wasn't born with
no.
thorns. Said Melanie Little had a dog trainer talk about the marks.
He did.
I saw somebody else said the dog could have been. What if a dog was trying to like pull him to safety or something like that? And that's totally possible. It
Also
doesn't have to be
possible.
an attack, and it doesn't have to be a dog. It just there's
Read
nothing on
who's
that car.
sorry. Read whose article, Amy. We need more context there. Read whose article that answers to what. Hey, Camelot. Not dog bites. They tested for DNA and it came back negative. Fight, can you tell me where that is? Because I was just looking at this. We just
They
listened
just
to the
said
last hearing and they just said that they didn't have all that information back, right?
right.
3 days
They said
ago.
that there was no DNA, canine DNA.
Yannetti admitted the other day. What day did Yannetti? I saw him talking on the courthouse steps too, and I didn't see him say that either. So I might be missing it somewhere. That I don't
Can you
know.
put a link out for Deets?
Deedles. Yeah, I'd love to know where it is. Deets may know. I don't know. Let's see.
So
'Cause I did
he
go look for it, and I couldn't find it. So
they just said in the Glarus that they have never tested for canine DNA, and they just said that in the court when the judge asked, "Is it the canine?"
right.
And they both said no.
What am
No.
I dumb? We just listened to it. Now I feel stupid because I'm like, no, I just listened to it, and they didn't
You
say it.
shouldn't.
I don't know.
You
What?
shouldn't feel that. Maybe they just misunderstood something.
Maybe. Deedles.
What you
Hello.
doing?
Hold on. Cordy says in court, the judge asked him about the dog DNA and if he was still waiting. Right.
Yep.
And they said they're waiting. But people are saying Yannetti. All right, hold on here. Yannetti admits no dog. Karen appears in court. Hold on here. Hold on. Updates from 25 Ted Daniels. Should add, judge asked if defense was waiting for any dog DNA evidence. Yannetti said no. The defense is claiming John O'Keefe was bitten by a dog. I haven't seen any filings from the defense with dog DNA results. We're in a holding pattern. The judge says she wants to see how quickly all outstanding items come in before she will consider delaying the trial for March. Judge is going through the item of evidence that have not come back yet, including from Verizon, Google, and a DNA lab. It appears the feds want both sides in the Karen Reed case to sign a protective order, likely limiting what they can and can't disclose about the federal investigation before the federal findings are turned over. Reed's attorney, David Yannetti, says that the feds emailed last night that they plan to turn over their findings in the coming days. The judge is not delaying anything.
No, she's not.
So is that what you guys are saying, that he admitted that it wasn't a dog? Because when the judge is going through the items of evidence that have not come back, including reports from Verizon, Google, and a DNA lab, then
So,
above.
in
Oh.
this filing that you're about to read, it is mentioned by the prosecution that the swabs from the shirt, the gray long sleeve shirt,
Yeah.
have came. I think that's where it's mentioned that they have came back and they don't have any canine DNA on them. However, people have to remember those are swabs from a material. They're not like swabs from him or anything. They're just
They're
swabs
not
from
like
the
a
material.
swab from his arm from a cut to see if there was
No,
dog saliva.
that's a great question. Where's the swabs from his body, from his person?
Right. That's what I would love
Curious
to
about
know.
that.
I haven't seen any filings at all about canine DNA. Have you guys?
No.
Okay.
I haven't.
The only filing I've seen pertaining to the canine was when when the defense was going to, like, they wanted the vet records.
Right.
So I think it's just part of their argument. I don't know that they're gonna dig
Right.
deep into it.
Let me just double check here and see.
I made pork taquitos, by the way. Yum.
Taquitos.
Oh,
right.
that sounds really
Documents.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at Sleuthies right now to see if there's anything that I didn't read over, but opposition, discovery, pursuant to, opposition to the Rule 17, defense, Quash Marine Alberts. No. Commonwealth's motion for records for the alarm.com, ABC News, affidavit of PI. That was interesting. Okay. No due dates, Commonwealth motion, Gretchen. I don't see anything in here to make me think that they're saying, okay, no. Yeah, and his shirt was laying on the hospital floor. That is true. They only tested the shirt. They didn't know the dog was going to be blamed. Right, but he's still sending out DNA stuff now, right?
Doesn't it seem like you would run tests on the arm wounds, though? Didn't that seem odd to them that those wounds were there if he were hit by a car, and that you would at least want to see, is there like any
paint
kind of weapon?
transfer, material,
Yeah.
something like that's what I'm thinking. Like, you would think that they would want to test that regardless of what they thought caused the marks. They'd want to test it. You would think.
We would
I don't
hope
think
in
so
our
unsupervised. I don't. So Cordy says they were trying to save his life. They'll often toss the clothes in an emergency.
Yeah, I'm not too
True.
worried about the clothes being on the ground, but it does suck that they weren't.
Yeah.
It's just another notch of.
If you think it's a murder,
weird things. Yeah.
You know, if that's, I mean, the hospital doesn't have to think it's a murder. That's not their job. But I would assume that somebody's grabbing those clothes. You know, in my mind, I'm looking that they're trying to save his life, and they've cutting off the clothes and they throw them, whatever, because the doctors need to get to him. I'm assuming somebody's putting those maybe in an evidence bag or a plastic bag or something. I don't know.
Well, I think the big issue is how long it took them to even like bag and tag a lot of the evidence, or how long it took them to find some of the evidence. That becomes a bigger issue as well, more so than the shirt on the hospital floor.
We don't preserve clothing. It's cut off and tossed. Okay. Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay.
That makes sense. So, okay, I have a really quick question before you go
Sure.
forward, because this is something that I've missed that I caught a little bit of. Um, Matt McCabe
Yeah.
was allowed to completely change his testimony. Is that correct?
So a lot of the testimony has been changed. Or I don't know how you guys want to classify it, if you want to classify it as changed, because the fact remains that we don't know what their testimony is, because none of them are like signed testimony statements from witnesses. They are all Proctor's interpretation of what the witness said in the interview. That's all we have. And so when we see that throughout, whether it be the first ones he submitted, or if we see it in later documents, it kind of changes slightly. But we don't know what is in the initial statements because they weren't recorded, they weren't videoed, and none of them were signed off on.
But
Yeah.
it seems like there's a major issue, right, with Matt's testimony, where he's now saying he didn't see the truck leave.
Correct. His is one of the bigger changes, and I think Jim McCabe's has a big change too of seeing him. Get,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they both have pretty decent
That's
changes.
true. But he signed it. They signed those statements, right?
If you can find that.
Maybe. Okay.
Hold on.
I'll look.
So Cordy asked if this was going to be one-sided again. Personally, I never thought it was one-sided. I think, wow, that's loud. Your mother's a whore. I don't think it's necessarily one-sided. We're going over the documents. I don't know that Jenny has any.
She's Switzerland. She doesn't
opinion
have, like,
either
either
way
way.
on any of it. She'll argue it to, both sides of it. Jenny can pretty much see both sides of everything. I don't feel, based on what I know so far, that she's guilty. Doesn't mean that she's not guilty. I just haven't seen enough for me to be like, oh yeah, she's out of here. I don't know exactly how Dietz feels. I haven't talked to her about it in quite a while, but
Well, I don't know exactly how Dietz feels either. I lean towards her innocence. However, that's like, it's not up for me to tell people to believe someone is innocent or guilty. What we can do is show you guys the documents, go through them, think critically together, bounce ideas off one another, and come to our own conclusions. That's where I always stand.
Yeah,
so
that's what
Curtis
we
says
did with
extremely one-sided, not Jenny. Didn't mean Jenny. Extremely one-sided where then? We're just going over the documents. I mean, there's not a side when you're reading, and this is the Commonwealth versus Karen. So it isn't really.
Well, I tell you an interesting quick story about Dietz and I. And Tracy would have been too, but she wasn't paying that much attention at the time to this. But Murdoch,
I was not.
I had been like deep in that for a long time, and I felt like he was guilty. And then when we got to the courtroom,
Yeah.
it was a very different story. The evidence that we were told was not.
Yeah.
Or it was a variation of the evidence. There was just all kinds of, all these leaks turned out not to be valid at all, but they were supposedly, checked. And by the end of it, not that he was, I believe he was there.
Absolutely.
But as far as him killing them, I don't know. It doesn't feel like that to me. And it did going into it. So you just have to be careful. Go
right.
ahead.
And what's so funny about that is, like, when Jenny was, like, she had known the case for well over a year at that point, and she's telling me all these things that, like, Mandy Matney had leaked and all these other things. And I'm like, wait, no, that's not in the documents. This is what happened. And she's like, what? what? I need to refresh. And so
Well-
we dug through it again together. And it's like, wait. And then she'd find things that, you know, had been out there in the public persuasion, whether it be through media or through something else. And she's like, wait, that's not here. And then when we got to the trial, like she said, most
was
of
totally
that,
different.
yeah,
It's
crap
different.
didn't even show up.
For sure.
And um, he is, by the way, exactly where he deserves to be. People
Absolutely.
died because of his financial
Mhm.
issues, the
Mess.
things that he did. Like literally, he caused someone's death by not giving the money to these people, and there's no excuse for that. So I certainly am not sympathetic toward him. The
You know
evidence
me,
just
I'm
wasn't
sympathetic
there.
towards everybody. I was like, oh my God, this is so sad. Oh, Jesus, Lord.
I know.
And I feel that way in this case too. But I want to be really clear. When we first started going over this, the first things I was seeing on it, the person who made the most noise was Aiden. So yes, there was a lot of looking at what Aiden was saying, but then you have to do the research for yourself. And if you've been on this channel and you know any of the three of us, you know that we're going to go research and look into stuff on our own. I don't think any of us here took Aiden's word for what happened and we're like,
No.
yeah, that's what happened. No.
Look,
No, what I tell you, I don't even like the guy is what I said after well, see, I liked, so what happened is when I started digging into it, I found his blog and I thought because I always go back, first thing I do is go to local media first, or after court documents, go to local media. And I started pouring through it and I thought it was just a regular local media thing. I told Tracy about it. She's like, oh, you don't know who that is? She pulls the dude up on YouTube. And I had read 3 blogs at that point.
Yeah.
And
like,
he posted up
no,
on
he's
YouTube.
on
I'm like,
YouTube.
yeah, I'm not a fan of that guy at all. So no, it's not about.
Yeah, no, I
It's never
told
been
them my
about him for
story.
me.
I'm like, yeah, he's a prick. Don't get it twisted. He's definitely a prick, but he's going to make a lot of noise and it's going to bring attention. And you have to remember at this time, in the very beginning of all of this, during Gannon's trial, there was very little attention on Karen's case. So I told the girls, and we all started looking at it. He was putting out tons of stuff constantly, getting these documents, putting this stuff out. And I'm like, what the hell? What happened here? This doesn't sound right at all. And then we finished with Gannon's trial and we just kept reading and then, started reading the documents. And that's really what's most important, I think. Forget Aiden's view of things, forget the opposing view of things. The documents and the evidence is what's important. I don't believe the media for 2.1 second because they always have a spin to their stuff. And Aiden's part of the media. He sees it this way. Other people see it this way. And just like YouTubers, there's certain people who believe she's absolutely guilty, but I'll listen to their coverage and I feel like they're saying she's absolutely guilty because they hate Turtle Boy. And it's like,
yeah, there is
what
that.
the hell does he have to do? He's not in this case. He has nothing to do with this. He wasn't there. He wasn't driving. He has nothing to do with this.
I do find it interesting now that some more things have been pointed out to me. I do find what is happening there interesting, but I have not dug deep enough to be able to speak on it. But my thing is I think that this case specifically is going to change some things moving forward. It'll be very interesting to see how this all plays out. But
And it might.
that's not part of justice for John O'Keefe, in my opinion.
No.
That's a side thing.
It is. And, his personal life and whatever is going on there, that's, I wouldn't even attempt to get into that. But, Turtle Boy was not, and I don't even like calling him that, but whatever. Aiden was not somebody I was very fond of for many, 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 many years as a Bostonian. I'm like, this guy's kind of a douche. But his coverage of this and his ability to get the information, I appreciate. Period. I'm not going to say that I don't because people are like, but he's a tragedy pimp like Betty. Whatever. One thing isn't the other thing. Again, His actions aren't anything that I would do. But again, he's not in this case. He just exposed us to the case. That's how I found out about it. And that's it. So moving on from him and his issues and whatever, that's a totally separate issue than this. And people want to combine them. It's very annoying.
It is. It's very annoying. But I think the courts do a great disservice by not releasing documents in cases, because if the documents are there, right, the information is out there for people like us, right, for just anybody to go and read
Nerds.
about it if they choose to, then you can get accurate reporting. I mean, I listened to somebody this morning about like a missing child's case, and everything was like, well, I heard this rumor that XYZ, and I heard this rumor, and I was like, why are you doing this?
It's awful.
Because here's the thing, right?
Awful.
No matter what we share here, no matter how we go through the documents and the opinions that us three ladies put on it versus the opinions that hundreds of other podcasters, YouTubers, bloggers, whatever put on it, none of our thoughts and opinions and theories mean jack shit. Just gonna say that.
No,
it doesn't at all. At all.
No.
So this whole, like, I don't know, this war that's happening out there over this case, it just confuddles me because
crazy.
it's like, yeah, it's insane. You're wasting so much time and energy on a war that is not going to mean anything. Yeah.
We know how it goes. You have to have somebody to hate, right? And Karen's not speaking. You know, she's quiet. She isn't saying anything. She has attorneys. She's
people
smart.
Still hate her.
Fair enough. But to make a case interesting, right? And we've talked about this a million times. To make a case interesting, you have to have somebody to hate. And Aiden makes it easy. So if you portray this as the Karen Reed Turtle Boy case, when it's really the John O'Keefe death investigation, Karen Reed trial, or whatever it's going to be, instead of the Turtle Boy case, and people do that on purpose, you know.
Well, let me add this for you to consider. When we read these documents, there is now crossover.
Absolutely.
So I think we have to address that.
Huge, because now you can avoid talking about Turtle Boy. His name's mentioned in here over 350 times.
Sure.
Do you know how many times John O'Keefe's name is mentioned in here?
Yeah. That's their case
tiny fraction of that.
And that's shit.
It
is. You know. And
they got her phones.
Yeah. I think the issue there is also if they can make it look like Turtle Boy has somehow infected the case and tampered with the jury pool and tampered with witnesses and threatened them and intimidated them and done all the things, it makes the defense look like big conspiracy theorists instead of taking this seriously. The fact that he's mentioned 300 fucking times is infuriating.
Yeah. And
I didn't even know that.
They have
over 350. Yeah. Sorry, Jen.
They have a case.
Wow.
For that. And not that it's will be accepted, not that it's, but they do have a case because of some of the things that he's done. And I wasn't aware of a lot of this. And I've never agreed with him going to the games and stand out in front of people's houses and stuff. They have kids. And when that starts getting involved, that's really unfair. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And
no, I agree with you on that.
I appreciate the information that he's uncovered. I really do. But that he didn't have to do that.
I mean, it's a hard one. It is.
And
it's difficult.
One thing though is that I see a lot of people saying that, oh my gosh, the stuff in here is 100% fact. What?
No.
Where did that happen? That a document pre-trial is now 100% fact on either side.
No, it's emotion.
That's not how it goes. Exactly.
It's going to be, you're going to have arguments from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So,
absolutely. Officer
It
John
just
O'Keefe had two children he was looking after. Who was helping those babies who lost parents too? Respect of the
right.
blue and his choice is to raise them babies. Absolutely.
That's
And I
why he
think
shouldn't
sometimes
answer them.
we lose focus because it is interesting to talk about all of the things. But if we're going to do this right and we want to be those type of people, then you do it right. You don't
Right.
we don't have to do that. We don't have to be complete assholes. So all that being said, now it's 7:00. I think I don't know. Let's just start and we'll see how it starts to go.
Well, to be
I think
fair,
Go
this
ahead.
is the time I thought I was supposed to be here because you guys told me 6, because you guys always forget I'm an hour behind
Ah.
y'all.
That is
So
true.
we're right on time.
So Dietz is on time. I was 5 minutes late. All right.
For what it's worth, I think that conversation we just had was necessary and a good one. So
I think it is necessary. I do. Because just, very quickly though, Audrey Cunningham, please say a prayer for that baby to be found. She just turned 11 on February 5th. She's a baby. She doesn't have her mother. I'm not sure where her dad is. I heard he was traveling or his job is on a boat somewhere. It seems the roommate, which we don't know for sure he's guilty, it seems the roommate may have done something to this little girl. They're looking in a lake, they're looking in the woods. I don't know that they're calling it a recovery mission, but it's terrible already what's being done. Misinformation being put out. Bullhorn Betty, I'm looking directly at you. Olivia, I'm looking at you.
Brooks,
You're
I'm
doing
looking at you.
Brooks. You are doing exactly what we all don't want to be known for. We don't want to be known for these things. We have to say something. You can't say the coroner's being called. You can't be showing evidence that the police are trying to put to the side so it's not being seen. And you got fucking YouTubers zooming in on everything and putting it out on TikTok.
yeah,
What are we doing? These are real people. She is a real little girl. This isn't a story. It's not a soap opera that you're watching on TV. It's real. And every other minute, there's breaking news, yet there's not any breaking news. There's not
right.
any. Stop doing this. It's
Stop
insane.
finding people guilty for things when we don't even have
Yeah.
half the facts, let alone all of them.
No, we
Yeah,
don't
and I
even
think
know.
that law enforcement was very clear in their press conferences.
They are.
Those are the only things we know.
Yeah.
Period. I mean, I saw like they think it was her backpack. Okay, you think that, but that's not what they've said. They said it's possibly.
Possibly. And it's not it's too much because I get it. We want to put information out, but let's try to do better and put out good information. I'm talking to the air because that's never going to happen. And I posted something about that, about being a vulture mentality. And I feel like that's where we are as a true crime community overall. And some which I don't even include in true crime. Somebody said that I have a God complex because I call people vultures. Well, if you are just swirling out there waiting for a child to go missing or waiting for a mom to go missing so that you can run and pick apart every piece of their lives, doxing people on live streams that probably have nothing to do with the case. Other children you're putting up on live streams. I saw that last night concerning Summer Wells, but I'll say less about that one. And I don't think I'm God. I think I'm a mother. And I think I'm also in the true crime community. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Well,
Stop it.
as someone who spends a good amount of time around you, and that I believe Dietz will attest to this as well, you do not have a God complex.
Right?
You have a very strong will, and you have your opinions and your thoughts on things just like everybody else.
Yeah. And it's my community wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Ho.
kind of the thing. Everybody
Anyway.
else does and says what they want, but the difference is we care how we're perceived. And a lot of people don't, so they can do whatever, right? But
But it's kids, man. And I get
yeah,
that it's not my business what other people do. It isn't. But it's just sad.
you can have an opinion on it, just like
Yeah,
anybody else.
it is. It's sad. I hate watching it. It's, so all you have to do is just not watch me in my lower voice. And I should just not watch it, but you see it and you're like, oh, I'm ready to. But anyway,
It's sad.
Or people send
I
it to
agree.
you. I mean, you're gonna see it. Yeah.
it's frustrating. But all right, here we go. Are we ready? What? You're not God? I'm
Yes,
out
ma'am.
of here. All right, now comes the Commonwealth in the above caption matter. And I'm going to try and say my ahs if I can, and submits the following in opposition to the defendant's claims that her indictments for second-degree murder, in violation of this code, manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene of personal injury and death in violation should be dismissed because of a statement made by the Norfolk District Attorney, Michael Morrissey, approximately 6 months ago, and a purported disclosure about an investigation being conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office. The defendant's claims are misleading and disingenuous as they are premised upon the defendant's misrepresentation and actions knowingly made to deceive this court and undermine the integrity of the judicial proceedings. Over the past 2 years, evidence sought by and presented to the Commonwealth has not shown any credible evidence that another individual is responsible for John O'Keefe's death. What began as attorney Yannetti representing to the Stoughton District Court in February 2022 is that the defendant lacked any criminal intent in a motor vehicle accident has spiraled into a national conspiracy theory premised upon the defendant's variety of flawed, unfounded, and sensationalized claims. However, the truth is not dictated by the loudest voice. That's a good line right there. The truth is not dictated by the loudest voice. District Attorney Michael W. Morrissey's August 25th, 2023 recorded statement. In response to an extraordinary degree of relentless harassment and intimidation of nearly every witness associated with this case, which included a July 22nd, 2023 rolling rally of nearly 100 people traveling to witnesses' homes and calling them murderers on August 25th, 2023, District Attorney Morrissey released a recorded statement that cautioned against the improper and unlawful harassment of witnesses. I think we all saw that video that he did. I think we played it in the first one that we did. If not, it's out there. See all of this. Exhibit A, a transcript of statement. Search warrant affidavit of Mass State Police Lieutenant Brian Tully for the seizure of the defendant's mobile devices. District Attorney Morrissey's statement fell well within Massachusetts rules of professional conduct that permits an attorney to make a warning of danger concerning the behavior of a person involved when there is reason to believe that there exists the likelihood of substantial harm to an individual or to the public interests. And mass are professional conduct statements that are necessary to inform the public of the nature and the extent of the prosecutor's actions and that serve a legitimate law enforcement purpose. So he's just justifying the statement that he put out. District Attorney Morrissey's statement was also an appropriate response under the Mass R Professional Conduct 3.C code to rebut the prejudicial effects of the defendant's and her counsel's misconduct. Under this code, a lawyer may make a statement that a reasonable lawyer would believe is required to protect a client from the substantial, undue, prejudicial effect of recent publicity not initiated by the lawyer or the lawyer's client. A statement made pursuant to this paragraph shall be limited to such information as is necessary to mitigate the recent adverse publicity. Morrissey narrowly tailored his statement towards the harassment of witnesses and included a synopsis of the Commonwealth's case and evidence consistent with what had been publicly filed and argued in the courtroom.
So, real
Further,
quick,
go ahead.
Who is Morrissey's client here?
the state, everybody, everything. He's the
I
DA.
mean,
I
you would
don't know.
say that it would be John O'Keefe, correct? But this,
But
Correct.
John O'Keefe is not getting substantial undue prejudicial effect.
no, but I guess it affects John O'Keefe because the witnesses are being harassed, and perhaps it's going to muddy the case.
Yeah, you could look at it that way, but it's specific to their theory.
Right.
It's not specific to justice for John O'Keefe.
No.
But I guess you could say that it is. I don't know, because you don't want any witnesses intimidated, so that's fair.
I mean, you don't. Of course not. You don't.
No,
But
that's fair.
further, District Attorney Morrissey's statement was made in response to an August 22nd, 2023 ABC News broadcast where Attorney Jackson Yannetti and the defendant sat down for an interview with ABC News chief national correspondent Matt Gutman. During this 9-minute and 37-second segment, videos of the Free Karen Read protests were shown, photographs of witnesses displayed, and the defendant made numerous comments about the evidence and her relationships. When asked what the defense believes to have occurred, Attorney Jackson passionately asserted pieces of taillight evidence were planted after the fact, and that the victim walked into the house. I think he was confronted, was likely brought down to the basement. I think that a confrontation got physical, and he was beaten to the point of unconsciousness. See the video beginning at 7:50. Jackson then commented about his impressions of the victim's injuries, including a claim that the victim had defensive wound bruises on the back of his hands. Jackson continued on to ultimately declare, without an indicia of proof and substantial evidence to the contrary, this was a cover-up. John was murdered inside that house, and his body was placed outside.
Well, wait. Why is that not okay?
Why is that not okay?
Based on the same rule that Morrissey was using for his own statement, or they were using for Morrissey's statements.
I think what he's saying is the defense doesn't have to prove anything, right? But the defense is now stating an alternate case.
They're making claims, yeah.
Yeah,
They're
he's
allowed
making
to
like
do
a
that.
whole.
Right. That's what I was going to say to Jenny, or I agree with Jenny on. They're allowed to do that. It's within
Absolutely.
their parameters to do so.
And for the same reason that Morrissey gave, or they gave for Morrissey's statements above, right? Because it's undue prejudicial. I mean, all of the stuff that they've said about her, because things have leaked out from their side,
For sure.
right?
Yeah.
That may or may not be true. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at the very first statement Morrissey made on the steps.
Yep.
Like that already sets a precedent.
All right. The defendant's motion to disqualify and sanction the DA's office conveniently misrepresents this court's July 31st, 2023 ruling that reprimanded only the defense team, in particular Attorney Jackson, from making unethical and inflammatory comments about the Commonwealth and witnesses that arguably crossed the line of permissibility under Rule 3.6. Let's see. This court stated that Jackson's inflammatory statement about the Commonwealth and witnesses appear to have fueled much of the publicity of this case, and that the defense counsel did not have carte blanche to speak with the media. Going forward, defense counsel should ensure that their statements are limited in conformity with the rules. July 31st, 2023, this court held at the time there was not a substantial likelihood that the defense's counsel's statements would materially prejudice the proceedings and denied the Commonwealth's motion without prejudice. So they tried it, and then, the court denied it without prejudice, meaning they could try again. So contrary to that warning, the defendant and counsel have continued to give numerous interviews with local and national media outlets where they make unfounded and inflammatory statements about witness character and reputation, repeatedly describing the Commonwealth and its investigators as corrupt. And on September 15, 2023, Attorney Jackson made a comment to the media in response to the DA's recorded statement where he seemingly attacked the intelligence of Morrissey by stating, "So listen up, sir, and I'll speak slowly so that you understand. Michael Morrissey, we ain't got no quit." The defendant's continued attempts to materially prejudice the judicial proceedings and try the case in the media is unprecedented. I don't think it's unprecedented. Further supported by the fact that on
Not
September
at all.
17th, 2023, the defendant traveled with Attorney Jackson Little and a woman believed to be a news reporter to the victim's home in violation of her conditions of release, as well as other places of interest in Canton. Okay.
If they think this is unprecedented, they haven't met our Putin. Come on.
I
It's not
know.
like
Good
they're doing
Lord.
anything
And
different than anyone else. Or heck, go dip your
Right.
toes in the Delphi community for 5 minutes. Like, nah, this isn't any different than
any trial
high
that has,
profile. Yeah, high
yeah,
profile.
yeah,
Mm,
that you'll see this. It's just what it is.
I don't know about any affair, but
Well, anything's possible, but I don't
yeah,
know
he's not
about
saying
yeah.
this is illegal, but the illegal activity will follow. Well, we're gonna see if what Karen did is illegal, though, right? So,
Yep.
when balanced by the amount of public and prejudicial statements made by the defendant and her counsel, the suggestion that Morrissey's statement from over 6 months ago threatens her right to a fair trial is untenable. The mass professional conduct comments, blah 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 blah. Further, the defendant's motion is premised upon case law that governs the breadth of closing argument, a distinction to the Commonwealth recognizes as a more stringent standard not applicable to a narrowly tailored statement made months prior to trial. Disqualification of counsel or his office is not a measure to be taken lightly. In considering whether to disqualify counsel, a judge must closely scrutinize the facts before him to determine whether a lawyer's continued participation as counsel taints the legal system. Motions to disqualify require an intensely fact-specific inquiry, and a judge should hesitate to disqualify unless absolutely necessary. So he goes on to say, hey, don't get rid of me. It's these little bastards over here. Dismissal as a sanction is very strong medicine, and it should be prescribed only when the government misconduct is so intentional and I know that says egregious, but it's such a strange looking word. And
It has a
appropriately.
oh, it's a quotation. I thought I had a TM after it. I'm like, did they trademark egregious? What the heck? Okay, never
And
mind.
appropriate only when showing of irremediable harm to the defendant's opportunity to obtain a fair trial. Then he does some citing here. Goes on, disqualification warranted when the federal officers working closely with the prosecutor willfully interfered with the defendant's right to counsel by engaging in calculated effort to induce defendant to abandon the defense theory. Emphasis added. The Commonwealth disputes any ethical violations or misconduct surrounding Morrissey's recorded statement, let alone misconduct that taints the legal system or infringes upon the defendant's right to a fair trial. Okay. Production of letters between the district attorney and the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Department of Justice. So I'm on page 6. You guys should also pull it up on your end if you can somehow, so that when I mute, you guys can grab and start reading. Delphi is crazy. Is he known to be corrupt? He's known to kind of be a mushy dick. I don't know how to say it otherwise. I'm sorry. Like
There's a lot of articles, like not necessarily, like you said, Not
Yeah.
necessarily corruption, maybe a tinge of it, but he's not
Yeah.
well liked
No.
locally.
No, he isn't. He is not. He is not well liked.
Real quick, I want to say too, they typed an indica of truth. It's
Indica.
indicia.
Yeah.
I said
Indica,
that.
bitch.
Indicia.
Yeah, true.
And they
That's
typed indica, which tells me a lot about the person typing this.
Maybe he had to be to get through it.
Smidgen. It's a
I love it.
smidgen of truth. Oh, these people. All right. As it pertains to a federal investigation related to the circumstances surrounding this case, the Commonwealth has not been advised of the parameters or scope of the federal activity, and the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially kept the Commonwealth in the dark about the specifics of the investigation. The majority of correspondence between the Commonwealth and the U.S. Attorney's Office has been discovery requests for all facts of exculpatory nature and all statements of witnesses related to the Commonwealth versus Karen that may exist to enable the Commonwealth's compliance with discovery obligations under Mass R. Crimp Commonwealth versus Mitchell. As detailed in the Commonwealth's correspondence with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Department of Justice, the Norfolk District Attorney initially raises concerns about the impartiality of then acting U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins and the unprecedented use of federal power to interfere with the state's homicide investigation. See all of these exhibits here. May 18, 2023, letter to the Department of Justice, Office of Professional Responsibility.
That letter was a treat, by the way.
He's a treat in himself. He
Yeah,
really
he is.
he's a whole snack cake. That
He's
guy.
a snowball.
He's also a snowball, yes. The Commonwealth has continually recognized its constitutional obligation to disclose exculpatory information to the defendant, which includes broad obligations to inquire and disclose any facts that would tend to exculpate. Say the word. Exculpate.
Exculpate.
There you go. The defendant or diminish her culpability in all statements of witnesses. All right. Rachel resigned on May 19, 2023, following an ethics investigation that she misused the power of her office. Acting U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy assumed her role and is pending confirmation before the U.S. Senate to become the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. So there's that. All right, new trial when the Commonwealth failed to request material and exculpatory reports from the FBI. The Commonwealth's obligation also extend to any evidence about law enforcement officers' untruthful conduct or adverse credibility determinations. Despite requests made by the Commonwealth on May 9th, 2023 and October 12th, 2023, it was only on January 16th of 24 that an assistant U.S. attorney not familiar or involved with the investigation contacted both the Commonwealth and defense counsels Jackson and Yannetti to discuss the possibility of disclosing information in the possession of the Department of Justice pursuant to federal regulations.
Can I interject here?
Sure.
That's not without him trying a barrage of different ways to find out what they were investigating, how they were investigating it, if he could be of service, blah, 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 blah. He tried so hard, but they didn't contact him until January 16th. So that says a lot.
Yeah. There's so much corruption. I mean,
Yeah, Rachel
and
Rollins
people
is a rabbit
so
hole.
act like corruption. What are you even talking about?
It's everywhere.
No, you just put it in your own document there, Cuckoo. Is this
Well, that's because it's
Is this like
humans
a
doing these
conspiracy?
things. It's not a computer doing these things. You know, humans are fallible creatures. So something that could be just an honest mistake can get, could be called corruption in some
course.
instances, like as like taking of the blood and putting it in cups. Like, no, that's not procedure. That's not right. That human effed up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so that could
corruption
be
is
twisted into right.
corruption is orange.
Yes.
If you ever see it, just so you know, corruption is orange.
It's orange. Well, look up, and I often refer to this, but the ongoing overtime scandal in Boston with the police. Look up the Big Dig. Look, and look
The
up my
overtime.
very favorite, Whitey Bulger. Go look him up. Go watch the
That's
movie. Watch The
what-
Departed, and you
what
can
was it,
really find
like,
out.
a
The
month into
Departed.
digging into this case. I'm like, wait, he went to, or O'Keefe was going to law enforcement. Do you think it has any ties at all to the
You
to the
did, yeah.
overtime stuff? Blah blah blah. And you're like, nah, I don't think so. And it was
Yeah.
just like last week. You're like, okay, maybe there's a possibility of something there. But obviously, those are just theories that you talk about behind closed doors. It's not something
Of
that
course.
you want to throw out there. But it's also like, there's so much corruption surrounding these people. You can't take it off the table. It'd be
No.
a
And
fool
again,
to.
just to reiterate, corruption and conspiracy are not the same thing.
Exactly. Thank you, Jenny.
But people think that it is. If you say, well, these cops could be corrupt, there could be some hiding of
Well, all cops aren't
information
bad.
here. It's
All
like, are
cops
you a
aren't bad.
conspiracy theorist?
Right.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. Like, just because they upped up here, they tried to cover something up here, and then it becomes it's a cascade of things that happens as well. Like if if they do one thing wrong, then they got to keep doing these things wrong to cover that one thing that they did, and it just
Yeah.
snowballs.
Yeah. And it happens so often. People act like we're the conspiracy theorists to even think that there could be any kind of cover up. Listen, if
Terry,
your
it's the Big Dig.
husband punched the guy in the face, or there was a fist fight in the basement because they were drunk roid heads, for example, or they thought you were making a move on his girl, because go watch some videos of these cops and what they do in the SWAT and the attitudes of Boston cops. It's a whole fucking thing. I mean, and I'm not saying these cops are in any way bad. What I'm saying is, if I had to make the case in my mind, I'm thinking, what could have been going on in that house? Well, everybody's shit-faced, and they don't really know these people very well. Maybe he was a wise guy. Clearly, we know the son's a fucking wise ass. We've seen his videos where he's gonna punch everybody's head in. They could be too. Maybe he walked in and he said the wrong word or whatever, and you don't do that. I mean, when Scott came to Boston, I'm like, do not look people in the eyes when you're on the tee. Don't. You don't understand what I'm telling you. He thought I was psychotic. I'm like, just don't do it.
When you're on the tee,
No, don't do that.
what is on the tee?
The T is
Like-
the public transport in Boston.
Oh, I thought you were like,
The train.
what,
Oh.
during afternoon tea? You don't look each other in the
Scott, when you're out having tea, don't look at anybody.
I'm like, wait, is it cannabis tea or something? Because I don't see Scott just drinking tea.
No, my
So
God,
I'm
no.
so confused.
No, when we used to ride the tea, I'm like,
Obviously, I'm not
do
a
not look at
Bostonian.
anybody. Just
Yeah.
keep your fucking head down, put some headphones in, and call it a day, friend.
I
They
didn't
just
ride public
recorded it's on.
transportation when I was there. Sorry.
Yeah, so much happens on the tee, but I don't know. There's a lot of smart ass people in Boston. I'm not saying these
Well-
guys were or weren't. I'm saying anything could have happened. So not
Okay.
like I'm saying aliens landed and took John out to the yard. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, could something have happened? It's not that far out. It could have.
So speaking of Colin too, what you were talking about just a second ago, in the affidavit document,
Uh-huh.
they only put half of that in there. They only put the part that was said by Aiden. They did not. Okay.
She's so
Never mind.
wrong.
Never mind.
They only put half of it in there. What
Only
part?
half of that.
They left out what Colin had said
Boston
that
tee
led
makes
Aiden
sense.
to say that, and they left it out of the document. It's very
They
I
sure
agree,
did.
John. I do agree with you. Accusing innocent people of murder with zero evidence is fucked up. It's not
I
right.
feel like we need
100%.
to have a
But
banner,
people feel that way
Tracy.
about Karen too.
Every time we talk about this, I feel like we need to have that banner that we, the three of us, do not agree whatsoever with accusing anyone of
No.
murder without any proof. Because it's like if you think she's innocent, then you're okay with that, and we're absolutely not okay with that at all.
No.
At all.
No, we're not
Okay.
okay with that. It's
Yeah,
like
I
I
don't.
talk on the T. Yeah, and you don't listen. That's a normal thing to say, Cordy in Boston. I mean, you know, whatever. What if that could have happened too? Nobody's going to just admit I was fucked up. I was drunk. I drove home from the bar, drunk as shit. Went to my house, got in a fight with another cop, and we didn't know what to do. Put him on the lawn. I don't know. I didn't know what to do. I don't know. People are not going to just admit that. Okay, it's
Did
just
they?
not going to happen.
Was there any investigation into him being hit by a different vehicle?
You
I'm just
know, I
curious
was
about
gonna
that.
bring this up earlier, but I was eating. Sorry.
Uh,
I'm not now. But one of the things that so Jenny and I have talked a little bit behind the scenes about like putting everything together in order as it came out. And as I was working on that, one of the things that stood out to me is just it was just so blaringly obvious is when they charged her, what information they had. Sorry if you guys hear the dryer in the background.
No, it's fine.
Little man sleep sack
Oh.
things in there, so it's got to get dried. Anyway, they arrested her with basically no information turned in. Like he was already willing to make the arrest before he had even seen the vehicle.
Yeah.
He was looking at her for murder before even seeing her car.
Yeah.
That tells you so much right there. And I just don't think it's laid out well for most people to grasp because there is so much information, and that becomes a problem when there's a lot of information. It becomes hard to digest.
I've got, by the way, a bunch of that together. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Same,
That I had been
same.
working on some other stuff, so we need to get together.
We do.
I don't feel like the snowplow hit him, but there was that issue because the snowplows have the little teeth on them.
Oh,
But
you want to
these
read that
don't.
again? We can
We
read it
already.
again.
What are you talking about?
The interview.
Shut up. Yeah, she was the snowplow guy.
That was my favorite of all time. I had to stay muted because I was like snort laughing. It was so bad.
That was awesome.
Jenny's Boston accent is horrid, but she
Awful.
tried.
I think it's
It's a
great
southern-
compared to mine. It's amazing.
It's a southern Boston accent.
It's
Like when I moved
horrible.
back here from Boston, when I moved back to Georgia from Boston, it was disgusting. I sounded awful. I couldn't
A lot of
say anything.
people hate the Boston accent.
I
A
love
lot
it.
of people do, but
Oh, I love
It feels
all
like a hug.
accents.
It feels like a hug.
I think all accents are beautiful, but that's
front
just
of the
me.
house.
Almost all.
The snowplow has the rubber thing on the bottom. The rubber thing on the
Rubber.
bottom.
Rubber.
So it doesn't
Rubber.
have.
Rubber.
Yeah, and it's not like they're blades where they're gonna fucking cut you up. You know what the fuck are we doing here? It's like a snowplow. It's a snowplow. It's not like a thing with teeth that's gonna like dig into your arms. I don't know. Because
It seems like it would
and
crush.
think about our snowplows. They
seems like
plow
he
the
would be-
snow towards your fucking car. So
It
they
seems
can't
he
have
would
like teeth
crush.
on them.
What was that,
Yeah.
Jenny? They ring row right. No, I can't even do it. Do the ring row right.
Ring row right.
She can't do
Ring
it.
row right. I went ring row right. They said ring row left. I went ring row right.
We tried. That was horrible. It was
But
so
no,
bad.
It
seriously,
was so bad. I loved it.
I don't
Yeah.
think it was I don't think whatever happened. I don't think it was a snowplow.
No, I don't think it was a plow. I mean,
Mm-mm.
I
wouldn't
can't
that,
see it being a plow, but
wouldn't that crush too, though? I mean, wouldn't there be some?
I think there would have been a lot more damage
Yeah.
if it was a plow. A lot more.
where's the guy? I was watching him. Hold on. Hold on.
Ring
What's his
row.
name?
It's
Joe?
ring row, Remy. It's
Hold
it's
on.
the direction of the plow.
Yeah.
whether it's to the right or it determines which side of the road the snow goes to.
It does.
Always,
It does.
always ring road right.
Right. I don't know. Like,
Well, if you ring road left, it goes in the middle of the road. You can't ring road left.
Yep, he even
Duh.
got mad during the
true.
interview.
He was. He
He
was
was
so ticked off. Yeah.
It was like,
Hilarious.
I always do that. I always go there.
like, do you understand?
And that's
Nope.
like
What?
one of
Oh,
the
well.
few documented transcribed interviews we have. And you know why, right?
Why?
Because of Turtle Boy. It's so crazy. Like the one interview of a potential witness that is transcribed and signed is because of that situation, and it's infuriating in my opinion.
Thanks, Dina. It is. It's frustrating because
Did ya?
did
You
a lot of
thought
good
she was
stuff.
fantastic? Did you, Dina? Come on.
What? That was great.
She was.
That was awesome. It was hilarious.
Cordy,
Oh,
don't
yeah.
you dare put this on Chloe. I'm gonna go around with you, Cordy.
The dog
He
was
wants
driving the plow.
Chloe to be freed, he said.
He said he heard Chloe was driving the plow. I'm done with him. Her. Cordy is not
Them.
Yeah, I got no pronoun.
All right, where is it? Hold on. I wanted to show you guys one of the guys that I was watching today really quick before I take a break and one of you guys takes over.
This is why we can never get through anything. Sorry.
We don't get anything done. We're fucking crazy. Hold on. Oh, this was really good. Hold on. Wait.
Horizons today, try a new coffee spot, the Spot Tate, this yuppie spot. You know, I go in, I'm like, let me get a, large cold brew, little almond milk. And they gave me this. Large? The best part, this thing was fucking $7. $7? I could almost got a Chipotle burrito for the same price. I mean, this is the size of my nephew's sippy cup. What the fuck is going on? Don't call it inflation. That's bullshit. I should have just went to fucking Dunkin' Donuts at that rate. Fuck, man. Fucking spilled my fucking water. So I decided to block the horizons today.
What the heck did I just watch?
What do you mean? That's the guy from Boston. He's got the deli thing. He's the great.
That's hilarious.
I love him. I was listening to him earlier and I was just like, oh my
That
God.
was like listening to Luke rant about milkshake sizes. If Luke cussed and ranted like that, that's exactly what it would be. Same
Yeah,
argument.
I think we need a link, Tracy.
You need a who?
A link to that guy.
Oh, his
Yeah,
name
for
is
sure.
Tommy Guarino. Guarino. He's on the Instagram. He's funny as shit. Oh, they did a New York versus a Boston accent. That was pretty fucking funny too. But and he has a deli, and then he's got the best merch
Game
too.
on.
Like for real, he does. All right, so this is my old stomping grounds where he was here.
Kind of see it.
Stomping grounds, bitch.
PS Gourmet coffee shop. You can kind of see it right here.
Okay.
I just had Doughboy not too long ago. Another staple of Salty right here. PS. I used to skip school and come here all the time. PS Gourmet was cash only until like 5 years ago. They finally caught up with the times. I wonder why they did cash only. Little fish coffee right here. You know what's crazy? They used to have the bucket, which was the original one.
Hell yeah, they did.
Probably double this size. It was a big yellow. It looked
Yeah.
like out of. So I'm kind of pissed they got away from that. I don't know what happened, but I want the bucket back. That's number one. All right, so I got the cinnamon hazelnut coffee, a little almond milk, couple Splenda. I probably should have got the PS special.
Oh, so good.
The whole try to lose weight thing, and that's like a mocha coffee. I don't want to take in the calories, so one sip. Let's see how it is. It's not a bad coffee. It's a little watery for me, but I don't know if it's worth the drive from East Boston, but it's still a good coffee. It's even great because right here you just got someone making a routine parking spot. You know, not like anyone got to fucking turn down that street. You fucking prick. I remember back in high school, we'd have to bring fucking cash.
Oh, he's great. Anyway. Okay.
Your blur went away.
I know I took it away so
Oh,
that
for
I
the
could
phone.
show you the guy.
Thank you. I found him, by the way,
He's so
on
good.
YouTube.
Shut up. He's so good. All right, Jenny or who Deets, whatever. You guys are on page 8.
All right, I can read
I'm
for a
gonna
little bit,
mute.
but I'm doing this off my phone, so you'll have to scroll. Like,
I can't scroll. I'm muting and
Here.
leaving.
ah,
I'm
but
muting.
can
Why
yeah, can
can't I
Jenny
give
share
you guys
screen?
Just share me. Hold on. I'll.
I can share you.
Yes, share Jenny. She's the
Just this
best.
once. Just this one
Sorry, I'm on my
time.
phone. I could go get
Page 8.
it.
I know. I know.
Okay.
This
Page
is what
8.
happened last time when we started the documents on this case.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? We got through like 30 and we're like, yeah, we'll be back.
But you're taking a break, so Jenny and I will get through it a lot faster.
You see this shit here?
Damn.
You see what the fuck happens?
Here,
Disrespectful
I
bastards. The both of
kid.
them. Both of
they
them.
fix up you.
She loves
Let me
them.
go take that room spray out of Deet's candle box, right?
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. You can't. I already told Morgan you wouldn't disappoint her. All right, Jenny, can you
All right, for
zoom-
Morgan, I'm gonna leave it in there, but
There we go.
next time, you bastard, you.
Can you zoom in a little bit on that there?
I'm trying to find where it is. Where's the zoom?
That's fine. I can zoom in, I guess, this way.
No, I don't want to make you do that.
That's all right. I got it. Okay. Okay, so despite request, is that where she left off?
Yeah.
Okay, despite requests made by the Commonwealth on May 9th, 2023 and October 12th, 2023, it was only, oh wait, we already read that, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, okay. Thought this was your laptop.
During this, okay, here's where we are. Where's the beginning? The Commonwealth had not received any grand jury minutes, reports, exculpatory, inculpatory, or specific information about the investigation conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, although, whoops, Jenny's
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Does that look better?
Yes,
No?
that looks great.
Okay, so I'm down
But-
farther?
Yep, down farther. Down. Okay. Up. Back up. You went too far. A little bit more higher. A little farther back up. There it is. Okay. There it is.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I had it zoomed in so far, and then it got huge.
We gotta get way far. Okay, we gotta get far. Go. Okay. watch this
Okay. Inculpatory or specific information about the investigation conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office, although it had made repeated requests. See Exhibit R. On February 9th, 2024, the Commonwealth, Attorney Jackson, Attorney Yannetti, and Attorney Little jointly participated in a conference call with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
What happened? Did I pull out? Uh-oh. These is muted. Can y'all hear me? Hello? Hello? What happened? Can y'all hear me? It looks like okay, thank you. I don't know what happened. I guess Deets fell out. Where were we? I'll read till she gets back. Okay. Okay, on February 9th, 2024, the Commonwealth, Attorney Jackson, Attorney Yannetti, and Attorney Little jointly participated in a conference call with the U.S. Attorney's Office. During this call, the U.S. Attorney's Office indicated it may release information to counsel for both parties subject to a stringent protective order, but offered no definitive answers or clear guidance on what materials exist, nor what will be produced pursuant to federal regulations. See something. The Commonwealth and defendant anticipate both parties receiving privileged and protected materials from the U.S. Attorney's Office within the next week. Okay. The Commonwealth has diligently investigated the defendant's unsubstantiated allegations of police and prosecutorial misconduct. Efforts to disprove the defendant's allegations have included interviewing additional witnesses, submitting evidence to a veterinary forensic laboratory that concluded there was no canine DNA associated with the swabs taken from the victim's clothing in the areas of the victim's injuries. The voluntary submission of law enforcement officers' DNA profiles to conduct comparative analysis, extensive GPS analysis of the victim's phones, physical locations at various points, the hiring of 2 independent forensic examiners, one of which was the senior digital intelligence expert from Celebrite, to explain how the defendant's supposed expert misinterpreted the Celebrite data from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone records, confirming that the internet searches for how long to die in sick and how long to die in cold were definitively conducted at 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. when the defendant, Miss Carrie Roberts, and Mrs. McCabe were together on Fairview Road following the discovery of the victim's body. All the measures were taken by the Commonwealth to acquire any exculpatory evidence and to safeguard and protect the integrity of the judicial system, not subvert it as the defendant has claimed. The defendant also alleges the Commonwealth improperly released information about the federal grand jury in November 2023 to the media. In response to a public records request, the Commonwealth denied a public records request as the federal rules of criminal procedure and federal case law dictate secrecy of grand jury proceedings. See Exhibit N, records, orders, and subpoenas relating to grand jury proceedings must be kept under seal to the extent and as long as necessary to prevent the unauthorized disclosure of a matter occurring before a grand jury. Douglas Oil Company of California versus Petrol Stops Northwest. Quote, we consistently have recognized that the proper functioning of our grand jury system depends upon the secrecy of a grand jury proceedings. I do agree with that. Okay. The requester appealed the Commonwealth's denial to the Supervisor of Public Records, which at the command of the Supervisor required the Commonwealth to submit a supplemental response explaining why the letter was not a public record. See Exhibit N. The Commonwealth did not release any information or correspondence with the U.S. Attorney's Office until after the court vacated a protective order on January 23, 2024. The defendant has failed to demonstrate any prejudice, as the letters detail the Commonwealth's continuing attempts to obtain discovery. The letters were disclosed well in advance of trial. The materials are expected to be produced by the U.S. Attorney's Office forthwith. And contrary to representations made by the defendant, the letters pertain to a subject matter the defendant has vast superior knowledge about. Attorney Alan Jackson, Attorney David Yannetti, and the defendant have knowingly engaged in conduct to undermine the integrity of the judicial proceedings, and the Commonwealth requests that this court revisit whether there should be an order as to prohibit extrajudicial statements to protect the right to a fair trial for all parties. Take a break and see what you guys are doing. Just make sure. Okay. The defendant's tactical decision to allege wrongdoings by the Commonwealth is conveniently premised on the defendant and counsel's own misconduct and ethical violations. It is now evident that there are numerous false statements made by defense counsel, including those contained within this motion for disqualification and previously filed defense motions that were knowingly made to deceive this court and undermine the integrity of the judicial proceedings. Following the investigation conducted by a special prosecutor, the Commonwealth has recently learned that for months the defendant, Attorney Alan Jackson and Attorney David Yannetti, have secretly conspired to perpetuate fraud upon the court through reckless mistruth, deceit, and hiding behind a social media blogger who has been criminally charged, convenient, with intimidation of witnesses to direct and encourage the harassment of those witnesses. In the defendant's motion to disqualify and sanction the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, the defendant attempts to disassociate herself with Mr. Aidan Kearney, the man she now calls an intimidator, who used his website, TB Daily News, Turtle Boy Live YouTube page, and associated social media accounts to perpetually intimidate and harass witnesses expected to testify as part of the Commonwealth's case against the defendant. See defense motion for sanctions and disqualifications, blah, blah, blah. However, for months, the defendant and counsel have engaged in a concerted effort to use Mr. Kearney as a literal bullhorn to say what they could not and to disseminate information and opinions counsel knows will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing the proceedings. Prejudicing. Okay. While the defendant struggles to use Mass R Professional Conduct 3.6a as a sword against the Commonwealth, the rules of professional conduct also apply to defense counsel, including Attorney Jackson, who is not licensed to practice law in Massachusetts and is admitted under Pro Hac Vice. He's fine because he's with an attorney that is licensed to practice law in Massachusetts. That is ridiculous and shouldn't even apply. Okay. Footnote 5. Following an investigation conducted by a special prosecutor, Aiden Kearney was indicted by a Norfolk grand jury for 16 charges related to intimidation and harassment of witnesses in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. I don't think that they're allowed to use that because she hasn't been he hasn't been convicted. So that's kind of weird. Some previous bad acts. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, where was I? Pro have vice applications. Pro have vice. Pro hack vice. Pro hack vice applications must include acknowledgement that the attorney is subject to discipline by the Supreme Judicial Court and the Massachusetts Board of Bar Overseers. As demonstrated by the search warrants generated as part of the special prosecutor's investigation, beginning on or around April 17, 2023, the defendant took deliberate action to start sharing defense theories, privileged materials, and evidence with Mr. Kearney through an out-of-state intermediary. See Exhibit B, search warrant affidavit, which we have, search warrant affidavit of Massachusetts State Police Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully for the seizure of defendant's mobile devices. The next day, April 18, 2023, Mr. Kearney posted his first story in support of the defendant entitled Canton Cover-Up Part 1, Corrupt State Trooper Helps Boston Cop Cover Up Murder of Fellow Officer, Frame Innocent Girlfriend. See Exhibit J. In this article, Mr. Kearney writes that none of this information has been made public and the Norfolk County DA's office hasn't sent a mountain of exculpatory evidence to Karen Reed's defense attorney until recently, and further describes the impressions of defense counsel as shocked to discover evidence wrongly claimed to have been hidden from the defense. See Exhibit J. The defendant has instructed the intermediary to communicate with her through the Signal messaging application, explaining that it provides secure end-to-end encryption, and instructed the intermediary to follow all information, which included witness information, home addresses, grand jury minutes, autopsy photos, and generally every piece of evidence that the Commonwealth provided to defense counsel onto Mr. Kearney. Okay, so the footnote from the previous page was, as of February 14th, 2024, the website TB Daily News has 291 posts pertaining to the Commonwealth's case against Karen Reed and an alleged cover-up of evidence in a series titled Canton Cover-Up. The Commonwealth's exhibits contain copies of the referenced TB Daily News posts with minor redactions for autopsy photographs and any photographs that would depict a juvenile, including photographs of individuals who may now be an adult, but the photograph was taken while the individual was a juvenile. I wonder what the law is on that specifically. Does it matter if they've... Okay. So, see Exhibit B. The defendant would put disclaimers or directives on certain pieces of evidence, such as denoting "do not share," not in all caps. Urgent, do not publish anything from the report, and make it clear he, Mr. Kearney, didn't just get it from us. But don't show the exhibits, just read them. Please tell him not to share the title. It has Yanetti's initials in it, Dry, D-R-Y, referring to attorney David R. Yanetti. See Exhibit B. While the defendant and her counsel took concerted efforts to publicly distance themselves from Mr. Kearney, beginning in the summer of 2023, the defendant and Mr. Kearney would directly communicate on a regular basis. See Exhibit B. I'd like to see Exhibit B. Call detail records from Mr. Kearney's phone revealed that the defendant's phone number and Mr. Kearney had 189 phone calls between June and December 21st, 2023, communicating for an excess of 40 hours. See Exhibit B. This was reported to be in addition to frequent text and phone communications made through the encrypted signal application. See Exhibit B. Okay, show it to me. Additionally, prior to publishing posts on his platforms, Mr. Kearney would seek permission from the defendant or her counsel. See Exhibit B. Call detail records from Mr. Kearney's phone also revealed the phone numbers associated with Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Jackson communicated with Mr. Kearney at least 29 times. Exhibit B. The footnote says, of note, on July 14, 2023, the defendant filed a similar motion seeking the recusal of Presiding Justice Beverly Cannon. How do you say her name? Cannon. Where the unsubstantiated motion was premised on an affidavit submitted by Mr. Kearney. Okay, Attorney Yannetti's phone number had 9 calls with Mr. Kearney, and between April 20th, 2023 and May 1st, 2023, Attorney Jackson's phone number had 3 calls with Mr. Kearney. Exhibit B. I wonder how many minutes. I want to see Exhibit B. Like, what? The Commonwealth has a good faith belief that these conversations continued even after Mr. Kearney was criminally charged in October 2023 for the harassment of witnesses in this case. See Exhibit O. We got a new exhibit. But what happens in the dark always comes to light. In the Commonwealth's motion to prohibit extrajudicial statements, the Commonwealth referenced a May 3rd, 2023 incident where from the courthouse stairs, immediately following the hearing in this case, Attorney Jackson encouraged those gathered outside, and in particular Mr. Kearney, to contact witnesses and ask them inflammatory questions. In this video, Attorney Jackson asks, "Don't you want to ask some questions?" Then proceeds to point directly at Mr. Kearney, stating, "I know you do." To which Mr. Kearney enthusiastically responds, "I have been." When the Commonwealth referenced this incident in June 2023 as an example of an inflammatory extrajudicial statement, the defendant criticized the Commonwealth and called this an absurd characterization of what Attorney Jackson actually said. See Exhibit G, which is Defendant Karen Reed's opposition to Commonwealth's motion to prohibit prejudicial, extrajudicial statements of counsel in compliance with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct.
Well, Exhibit B was just the search warrant for her phone. That's all it was.
Oh, okay, I've read that. But that wasn't. That's not proof.
No, it's just so far that's all I see in Exhibit B was that.
Way to hold it down, Jenny.
Unless this
Thank
is
you.
part of
Thank you.
Exhibit B that I'm not seeing.
I got 6 pages.
You
So
flew.
yay. As soon as you fell off, I was like, oh, crap.
I don't know if it's because I was zoomed in or what. I was reading away and I was like, okay, Jenny, scroll down. Nothing. I was like, scroll down, Jenny. Nothing. Like,
I couldn't
my
hear you at
devices
all.
aren't. I wasn't connected.
I was like, is it me or is it you? I didn't know because it's so quiet. You guys don't understand, like, any sounds in our backgrounds and stuff. Like, if somebody mutes or goes away, it's like you don't know.
Yeah.
I see what Exhibit B is. Okay, so maybe we should pause and read Exhibit B since they're referencing it.
Okay, you can take it down.
You want to read it, Deets?
Sure.
Go down
If I don't fall down.
You're gonna scroll down to page.
Really?
What
Or
page
the
is it?
affidavit. You want the
Page
affidavit?
33. We don't really need the search warrant. It's
Oh, okay. It just had stuff after it, all this stuff.
Yep. That's all part of Exhibit B because the next thing it says is Exhibit C. So this is several pages.
All right. So how far down do you want me to go on the other one?
So I'd stop there and let's read Exhibit B, and then we'll go
just
back
flip
up
over.
to page 14.
Okay, let me make it bigger. Bigger.
Gonna make it bigger.
Okay. I
What she said.
did you say that's what she said?
I did not.
Oh my goodness.
Well, congrats on the ostrich eggs.
Oh wow. I love it.
I, Brian P. Tully, being duly sworn, deposed, and state that the following is true to the best of my knowledge. I, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, number 3520, am a Massachusetts state police officer and have been a police officer since 2006. In July 2012, I was assigned to the Casey always says Norfolk. I can't do it like that. I say Norfolk,
Norfolk.
but
I say
Norfolk.
Norfolk. I say Norfolk.
Norfolk. I say folk.
Norfolk.
She says fork.
It's Norfolk.
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 Okay. I was assigned to the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit where I have investigated and processed serious and violent crimes, including murder, suicides, sudden, suspicious and unattended deaths, along with drug investigations. In 2019, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant and supervised homicide and violent crimes investigations. In November of 2021, I was promoted to the rank of detective lieutenant and appointed unit commander of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit. I have participated in the execution of search warrants from which various types of evidence have been seized. Okay, so he's qualified, he's saying. I am trained in criminal investigation, including specifically homicide/death investigations and crime scene investigations. I have received specialized training and experience in the collection of physical evidence. Oh, interesting. Crime scene processing and the investigations of such cases. I was
So
like,
you received the training, you completely ignored it.
that's what I was
Right.
thinking. I have received specialized training to obtain and analyze cellular telephone data and call detailed records in support of criminal investigations. I have testified as an expert witness regarding cell phone technology, cell phone forensics, and their use in criminal investigations. In one such case, Commonwealth versus Wilkerson, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court stated I testified to my extensive training in applying CSLI records to criminal investigations. I have been an investigator for the Municipal Police Training Council on the topics of homicide. Oh, an instructor.
Either
Thank you.
way,
Yeah, you're right.
instructor.
Instructor on the sorry, I'm zoomed in on a tiny phone, but yes, you're right. Instructor in homicide investigations and criminal law. I have organized and hosted homicide conferences in Massachusetts and around the country. I have a Master of Arts degree in criminology from the University of Massachusetts, Lowell, and a Bachelor, University of Massachusetts / Lowell, and a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminal justice / political science from Stonehill College. Okay. Thank you, Liz. In addition to my assignment in the Division of Investigative Services, I have been assigned to the Division of Field Services working in Troop C, Central Mass, and Troop H, Metro Boston. Based upon information contained in the numbered paragraphs below, which are the product of my own investigation and my discussions with Massachusetts state troopers involved in the investigation, I submit that I have probable cause to believe that evidence of a violation of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 268, Section 13B, witness interference, and a violation of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 274, Section 7, conspiracy, will be found cell phones and or mobile digital devices used by Karen Reed. This application for search warrant is to seize devices only as described below.
So, okay.
So the first paragraph, that's just he's qualified, and then they're going to tell us, and then he's going to tell us how he's going to get it or why he should get it.
They're accusing them of a conspiracy.
Lady Di's like, is everyone from Mass in here? No.
No, not at all.
No.
I'm in Georgia. I lived there for 2 years, though.
I'm like in the middle of wheat and corn in Illinois. Intimidation of a witness, violation of Chapter 268, Section 13B. On the morning of January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital where he was pronounced deceased. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner determined the cause of death to be blunt force to the head and hypothermia. Evidence was presented to the Norfolk grand jury that indicated the night of January 28th, 2022, Reed and O'Keefe were at two Canton restaurants, C.F. McCarthy's and The Waterfall, where they met friends. After The Waterfall closed at shortly after midnight, Reed and O'Keefe were invited to 34 Fairview Road, Canton. Witnesses stated Reed and O'Keefe did not enter 34 Fairview Road. The Norfolk grand jury indicted Karen Reed on second-degree murder, motor vehicle manslaughter while OUI, and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle crash causing death. The indictment alleges Reed struck O'Keefe with her motor vehicle and left the scene. The case is currently pending in Norfolk Superior Court. The lead investigator for the above investigation is Trooper Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police, assigned to the Norfolk State Police.
Proctor.
What did I say? Proctor?
Proctor. Yeah.
It's like Procter and Gamble, spelled the same, but whatever.
Proctor.
Also Proctor.
Proctor. Trooper Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police, assigned to the Norfolk State Police. I'm going way southern. It's like hillbilly Boston. It's not
Right?
working.
Isn't that great? That's awesome.
The Proctor.
Trooper
you gotta
Proctor.
throw a bunch of F words in there too.
I can't. This is why I'm horrible with Spanish, because I can't roll my R's. Okay, so Trooper Proctor
Just
testified
ignore them.
right
Just ignore them.
before the grand jury and this is not working. Before the grand jury continues to conduct investigative work on the case. Proctor is married to Elizabeth Proctor. Elizabeth is not a witness to the investigation, but a family member as mentioned. During the investigation into O'Keefe's death, witnesses were identified, interviewed, and testified before the grand jury. These civilian witnesses were present with O'Keefe and Reed in the hours leading up to O'Keefe's death and his discovery on January 29th, 2022. Yeah, scroll down a little bit. Okay. The witnesses include Matthew McCabe, interviewed by investigators. Matthew was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant. I wonder why it says restaurant instead of bar and grill. But anyway, restaurant before O'Keefe's death, observed an SUV, believed to be Reed's, in front of 34 Fairview Road and testified at the grand jury. Jennifer McCabe, interviewed by investigators. Jennifer was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death, observed an SUV, believed to be Reed's, in front of 34 Fairview Road, was with Reed when O'Keefe was found unresponsive and testified at the grand jury. Brian Albert, interviewed by investigators. Brian was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall, homeowner of 34 Fairview Road, and testified at the grand jury. Julie Albert, wife of Chris, interviewed by... You would think they'd put Chris first, but anyway. Interviewed by investigators, Julie was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death and testified at the grand jury. Chris Albert, husband of Julie, first interviewed by investigators on February 10th, 2022. Chris was with O'Keefe and Reed at the Waterfall restaurant before O'Keefe's death and testified at the grand jury. Colin Albert, interviewed by investigators. I don't know why they don't put a date for when Colin was interviewed, but okay. Interviewed by investigators, and he's the son of Chris and Julie Albert. Julie, I don't know if it's Juliana. I've heard her called Julie, so we'll just go with Julie. Julie Nagel, interviewed by investigators. Julie was present at 34 Fairview Road when people were arriving from the Waterfall restaurant and observed an SUV, believed to be Reed's, parked in front of 34 Fairview Road. Okay, got that. In an April 2023 motion filed by Reed's defense attorneys, defendant's motion for order pursuant to Mass R. Criminal Law 17 directed to Brian Albert, Verizon, and AT&T, alleged police misconduct and a conspiracy among the civilian witnesses to frame Reed for the death of O'Keefe. The motion calls Brian Albert a suspect and Jennifer McCabe a conspirator who took calculated steps to purge her phone of this inculpatory, is that how you say that one? Inculpatory evidence. A local blogger, Aidan Kearney, has adopted defense's claims. Kearney runs. Sorry, my phone jumped. Runs a scries of websites and social media accounts under the name Turtle Boy. The social media accounts include Turtle Boy Daily News, X, formerly known as Twitter. He has almost 34,000 followers. Aidan Kearney at Dr. Turtle Boy on X. He has 50,000 followers. Turtle Boy on Facebook, 37,000 followers, and Turtle Boy Live on YouTube, 48,000 subscribers. Kearney refers to his followers as Turtle Riders. Beginning on April 18th, 2023, Kearney began posting articles to his website. Notice the date. I think that's important. Yeah.
Just correction from MJ because I've been saying Kearney too. It's pronounced Carney.
Carney.
Carney? Wow.
Yeah, like somebody who works at a carnival.
Well,
Like Connie.
Connie.
See, this
Connie
tells you how much I
Hospital.
follow the guy, right? Like Carney. I thought it was.
Connie.
Why did the media calls him Kearney? Don't they? Or
I
am
don't know.
crazy?
I was calling him
Connie.
Kearney too, but he
Connie.
did. He
Connie.
does say
Okay.
Connie. I'm
Connie.
Hayden
Thank you,
Connie.
Jenny.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they.
Beginning on April 18th, 2023, Connie began posting articles to his website and social media accounts where he adopted the defense allegations as true and makes personal attacks on the civilian witnesses, members of their family, and their friends. Carney authors and publishes a blog on the website tbdailynews.com. The website has a series of articles entitled Canton Cover-Up. As of December 21st, at least 259 articles have been posted to the website under this category regarding Karen Reed. Dang, that's a lot of articles. Let's see here. Carney
put that in
posts.
the other documentation as well.
Yeah.
They put all that stuff in both places.
Mm-hmm.
They want to drive that point home.
They do. They want you to know, like, he's obsessed. Yeah. Carney posts weekly videos to YouTube where he has discussed Karen Reed and made statements regarding witnesses. Below are a small section of verbal statements made by Carney in these videos that have been published to followers and are publicly available for viewing without being a subscriber or follower and have been archived by investigators. So
Why does
far,
that matter?
though, I know, right? That was weird. But so far, I'm thinking, okay, how many creators can you think of off the top of your head that a lot of this applies to so far?
Well,
A lot.
And
Mhm.
if you
A
talk
lot.
about a particular cases too,
Yeah.
I mean, different cases, you got people that's all their content is one case.
Yeah, it's really strange to me that because he posted stuff on his website,
Yeah.
they're
That's what I'm
mad.
saying. Like, I mean, we know bloggers and things like
And he's allowed to
Jenny
say
and
what he
I.
wants.
Well, Jenny and I, like I said, we dove deep into Murdoch. Like, I'm just thinking of like Mandy Matney. Like, how many videos did they put together?
Well
It
over
has to
100.
be. Yeah.
And that's just videos, and they've got all kinds of other pieces that they've done, the podcast
Tweets and yeah,
yep,
and all their
tons.
tweets. Did
That's
they
how
do
you
a
cover a
blog?
case.
Right.
That's how you
They
cover a
dove
case.
deep and they truly, were like citizen investigative journalists at the time. I think
I
they're
mean, there are a
actually
ton. If
part
you
of it.
go around the
Yeah.
internet off of YouTube and just look for blogs about,
Mm-hmm.
Delphi blogs or, true crime blogs, whatever. There's
Yeah.
tons. The
The
difference
Ballo
is,
Daybell.
Daybell, yeah.
the difference
So-
is, like I said from day one, he is loud and he
Mhm.
demands attention. He's not just a guy who's like writing a blog and has a Facebook page and has a YouTube channel. He's one of those people, good or bad, that he demands the attention. Like one way or
Mhm.
another, he's going to get attention on the topic that he wants the attention on.
Like Betty.
Right.
Yeah, like
And
Betty.
yeah,
Very
like
similar.
JLR.
Like
Well,
you're
and
going to see it.
Mhm. Well, I was just thinking, like even on Summer's case, there's so many creators who probably have more videos than he has
Mhm.
blog posts.
Absolutely.
There are creators who daily cover Kylie Rodney. That case is solved.
Yeah, Chris
And
What,
Watts.
there's
still?
still.
Oh my God, I didn't even know.
Yeah, there's a whole group
Why?
that are like conspiracy theorists who don't believe
Yeah. They
that
believe
she's
like her
just,
mom was
yeah.
involved in all of this
Hmm.
weird, crazy
Oh
stuff.
yeah, it goes deep. It
What?
goes
There are
deep.
people who've made t-shirts saying that Brian Koberger's a pimp daddy.
Oh
Okay?
yeah, Koberger's is
Ugh.
another crazy case. So like that's why I was like, as I'm
Yeah.
reading this, none of this sounds like out of the realm of what we see others creators
No.
or citizen journalists cover so far. So far, none of
But
Right.
that is
because
outside that.
Canton is what it is, it's it was already divided over what they believed somewhat. Then you've got Aiden in there, and his voice is louder than,
Mhm.
the cousin who's sitting back like, yeah, she's definitely guilty. Well, that cousin doesn't have TV Daily News that's been around forever.
Right.
He also was involved in that whole thing with the overtime for the Mass State Police. So he's done a lot of
So he's like a
this
local
exposure stuff. He's very local.
mosquito, like a local mosquito that they are just annoyed with on multiple fronts.
Yeah, I mean, most of
Mhm.
what he used to do was really shitty, exposing the dregs of society. But
Mhm.
did that serve a purpose? He was kind of like a National Enquirer blogger, kind of, where I
Right.
told you about the people where they robbed an old lady. And then he didn't just post the article though. So he didn't go and say these two robbed an old lady because they're on drugs. He went and looked up everything. When I say everything, I mean fucking everything. Past boyfriends, past girlfriends, their children. Who has the children now? What's the situation? What happened with them? Where have they been all these years? Why are they on drugs? And then posted all of it, right? So he wasn't just somebody who's giving you a little story. He's like, oh, okay. Tracy over here and her boyfriend knocked down a 94-year-old lady and took her purse. Well, let me tell you about Tracy. Tracy has been on meth, and her two kids are with the ex-boyfriend, who's also a loser, and his girlfriend's on welfare, and the welfare system is being scammed because she works at Dunkin's. Like all of that information, all of it. So he was like the go-to guy to get the gossip about what was going on, right? Then he kind of
Right.
evolved more into a more serious blogger where he was looking at stuff like the Massachusetts, the state overtime scams and all of these other things. He was being more serious and getting into more serious things. And then after the article and all the bullshit with my friend, I didn't pay attention to him anymore.
Mhm.
So when all this come up, I'm like, oh my God, Turtle Boy's posting about this? Like, it's got to be bullshit. It's not,
So
he's making this up or something. Like he's sensationalistic. So he probably made all of this up. This is trash, probably. And then I started looking into it myself and was like, oh, okay.
Mhm.
so
So,
he's in jail, but he's not in jail for the witness intimidation stuff, correct?
Correct. He's
correct.
in
So I
jail
thought
because he broke like the terms of
protective
that by
order.
getting
But
in
that also
trouble.
felt
Yeah.
kind of, weird. That whole thing. Like she wanted him to come over, he come over, then they're reading the
And see, that's another layer to
EA
this, right?
stuff
Like
or whatever.
it's intertwined,
She's a
even though
witness.
it's a separate thing. Yeah, it's weird.
She's a witness, so he probably shouldn't
Mhm.
even talk to her, but too late because allegedly he already got her pregnant. So
Mhm.
now you're in that whole mess of a situation. Just a mess. It was a mess. So
Right. Well, Zoe mentioned that none of them had done like rolling rallies. Actually, like none of the bloggers. I don't know about bloggers, but I know creators that have camped in front of homes for weeks on
Holy crap!
end
Yeah,
doing rallies, if you want to
with
call it a
bullhorns.
rally with bullhorns, right?
With
So,
I
bullhorns.
agree, Curvaceous.
I mean, there's like a lot of, like I'm saying, so far, and we're gonna get deeper, but so far this sounds like so many creators. That's why I think if something
So
happens with
many.
this, it's gonna change. It could change a lot of things. So people better start watching their
I
P's and Q's,
think
which I'm happy about. But
I
Yeah,
think
so
because he is a pit bull with a bone. Okay. He's somebody who is going to get on a story and not let go until until it's very clear that what he's saying, he knows you've heard him. Betty and these people who do all of these stories, they're kind of like trying to protect their ass at the same time, be a little outrageous like him. He's like, look, I'm on the courthouse stairs, bitch. Now what are you gonna do? Now I got all these people and we're in front of your house and we said you're a murderer. What are you gonna do about it? They're
well,
not as bold with it. They're kind of like JLRs, like, that could be a crime. Look at this.
yeah.
They
got a
try
point.
to walk the
point. Yeah, yeah.
line. They walk the line a little bit. He doesn't
Some
walk.
do. I agree with you there. I would say that most do that are out there, you know, driving conspiracies and stuff. They do try to walk that line, but I've seen some just flat out accuse. Nope, this
No.
happened. No,
None of
I
it
Yeah.
mean,
makes any of it
no,
right.
none of it's right
So
at
let's be
all.
really clear. No matter what we're saying, I'm explaining it because I was a local, because I did watch somebody suffer under what Aiden did.
Hmm.
It wasn't just the girl who committed the crime. I think he should have exposed what she did because that was the kind of journalism he was doing. Sometimes you shame people into getting their shit straight, right? But it went much further. It went to her dad, who didn't deserve any of that shit. But
No.
that isn't the point here. The point is, what Dietz was saying is it could change some things, right? It could change some things. I don't know, because I feel like he's just in your face no matter what the hell you're gonna say. I don't think it's in him to, and maybe it is. Maybe he is more of a chameleon and he can change the way he does things. But I mean, what my friend did was years and years ago, and he was the same in your face person that he is now. And that seems to work for him as far as his following goes.
Yeah.
These guys, the Bettys, the JLRs, I don't
Now,
know. They strike me different, you know?
I just want to say too, he did not go to jail for intimidating witnesses.
No,
No.
Please
No.
don't say that. I mean, that's
he
I'm
did
not
not.
a fan. I read this and I was like,
Mm-mm.
oh my God, this is terrible what he did.
No, that's not why
I'm
he's in
sorry.
jail.
That's how I feel.
What did
I think
somebody say that that's why?
yeah, they said he went right back because of the same thing, and it's not true.
No,
So we just want to be factual, so.
no.
Yeah, no. The getting arrested 3 days later wasn't for intimidation. It was because, well, I don't know. He's still on. You know, he's facing both of those conviction or charges. So
So
you
he
can't
went
say
to,
he's done it because he hasn't been convicted of it. But he
well,
broke that rule of the first one, which is why he went to jail.
right. So people are like, well, what is it that he went to jail for? Was it DV? No. So
The
there was a
stipulation
restraining
of
order too, right? There was a
well,
whole,
and this is our problems is I don't think any of us have truly dove into that aspect of it, but the stipulation of the witness intimidation things was that he couldn't get in any trouble whatsoever. Like if the dude went out and ran a
Yep.
stop sign and got in trouble for that, then they
right.
would revoke that. So he
It
got in
says
some trouble.
he's accused of going to the home of an ex-girlfriend after he learned she'd been summoned to testify in front of the grand jury. He
Mhm.
shoved her and threatened her. After he turned himself into the police, he was escorted out in handcuffs. So his actual charge, you know, I know that he's facing a lot of charges, but it was specifically, I know that I read it, but
I agree with KB.
I was just about to
arrested
say the same thing.
Mhm.
He's really irrelevant, but they want to
To
intertwine
the
him with
case,
Karen's
yes.
case.
right. Assault and battery.
Assault and
So
battery.
he was Aiden is charged with assault and battery of a member of a household and intimidation of a witness. Prosecutors stated that he shoved his ex-girlfriend, who is also a witness in the ongoing murder investigation of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, who investigators say was killed by his girlfriend, Karen Reed. The prosecutor says the woman had been called to testify in front of a grand jury for the murder investigation. Why? Why would this? Anyway, Special Prosecutor Mello asked the court to revoke Aiden's bond Tuesday. That was granted, so they did do that. The judge allowed the lawyer to play a recording of what he said the conversation was between the well-known blogger and the ex-girlfriend. Mello said Aiden met with the woman and demanded to see her phone, saying the two had a fight and he shoved her. Aiden grabbed the victim, shoved her into the couch. She went backwards and fell onto the couch. Bradel, Aiden's lawyer, said the woman claimed to be pregnant and asked the blogger to come over while she took an abortion pill. Bradel said it was then when the conversation was recorded and prosecutors say the woman was pushed. Yes, Your Honor, everything you heard is complete gibberish from a crazy person, Bradel said. It's lies. Outside of the courthouse.
Recording that?
Huh? He
Why was
recorded
she-
it. Aiden
Oh, okay.
recorded
He
it all,
recorded
yeah.
it, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
To cover himself. Okay.
Yeah. Bradel said he was completely disgusted after making that presentation that Aiden is going to be held. The judge made his decision and we're going to review it. We're going to do everything that we can. He will be back in court in January, which he was. The judge warned him to have no contact with the ex-girlfriend, explicitly telling him not to call her from the House of Corrections. Aiden has been in the news regarding his coverage of the murder case. So, and then he went back and blah, blah, blah. So
But
he
do you
was
see
arrested
what-
in October on 9 counts, 1 count of conspiracy, 8 counts of intimidation of a witness, juror, police, or court official. But Mello first hinted that other charges were coming. The Norfolk County grand jury returned a 16-count indictment, which includes 8 counts of intimidation, 5 counts of picketing a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. So,
But do you see what this
So-
does? Like the fact that the prosecution has kind of changed their theory like 3 times into how O'Keefe has died is no longer discussed.
Delphi.
The defense, who has thrown out, various accusations and whatnot, is no longer discussed. And we're focused on discussing this instead, and I think that's a shame. But I
It is.
digress.
But that they've made this whole document about
Yeah.
this.
which is
And-
amazing to me. Like,
It
what?
really is. It really is because I agree that it went too far. Going to kids' games is a
Way too
no.
far.
It's
Accusing
annoying,
people of
and
murder.
yeah, you
is
just
not
get back
okay.
in their face, though.
Well,
If you're looking at it from a realistic perspective, if he came to Jace's game and was saying to me, "Where's the Ford Edge? Where's the Ford Edge? Where's the Ford Edge?" Scott would punch him in his face or be like, "Listen, if you don't get the fuck out of here, I'm going to beat your ass."
he called them murderers.
And it'd be over,
Mhm.
right? But they're acting as if, and I hate to say it this way because not everybody will feel this way, but who the fuck is he? He's Turtle Boy. Like, what are you going to do about
No,
it,
I totally
Turtle
understand.
Boy?
But you understand, like,
But it's now become this, where he's
But, like-
mentioned 350 times like he is the top journalist in the universe and he can cause all of this. Like, you're nobody, Turtle Man. You just give it back. It's like, to me, it's the attitude of Canton, of Boston. You just give it back to them. Who the fuck are you? You're
But not
nobody. Get the
everybody
hell
wants
Yeah,
out of
they're
here.
giving him a lot
do
more
that.
power than they
Yeah.
should, honestly.
Right. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. They're giving him all this power. Like, he really's got
Right.
all this pull. When if you go poll people in Canton, they're split down the middle. And they've been split down the middle. They really don't know how they feel until they hear everything. Do you think that Aiden is making them, well, probably some dumb people that he just says it and they're like, "Yup, you're right." Probably, because we see that on YouTube all the time. Somebody
True.
says one sentence and everybody believes it. And it's like, did you even go look that up? Probably not. I think it's the same with this, but I mean, who's this guy supposed to be? You're giving him all this power
Yeah, and why?
over
What
a
for?
murder case. It's crazy. It's baffling to me. Like, who is he supposed to be?
Yeah,
nobody.
Zoe. And that's we've seen that, like, so they said his followers are unhinged and will go after you. And
Right.
we've seen other creators whose followers are the same way. I'm not
Yeah.
going to say any specifics because there's just a vast majority whose followers can do
That's true.
things like that. And it's like, who's to
He does.
blame in that situation? I don't know. I don't know if
He
if
does.
he's
And
culpable or not.
there are people on here, like Deet said, we won't say any names, but they do go real life and they do cause you
Mhm.
problems and they do that. So I get it. It's like if you're on here and you have a difference of opinion, somebody will like go call CPS or go
Yeah.
call police to your house or go do
Or
something
even just
crazy.
email you your grandson's picture threatening to call CPS on you. Like it's unhinged
Exactly.
what people do on this fucking platform. And on
It
other
is.
social media platforms. People go way too far in so many different things.
Yeah.
And it's
So
just
I can see probably
horrible.
there's some unhinged people in Canton, in Boston, whatever. Some people maybe who already didn't like Morrissey or don't like whatever. Who knows? Maybe they don't
Mhm.
like whatever they see. But if you break the law, you're going to get your ass in trouble, right? So
Yep.
what are you going to do? Go to their homes and do what to them? You know, I
So
don't
Mhm.
know.
let me explain to you about the witness intimidation charges. That is a very high bar.
It
You have
is
to
weird.
prove intent that
Mhm.
he intended for them to testify falsely. He intended to harm them. He intended to really do that.
He
That's a
intended
really
to get
hard
them
thing to
to
prove.
change their testimony, right? That's what you
Yeah.
have to prove. Right.
Yeah.
So that's like he's out there saying he wants them to tell the I don't know. I guess you could say
Or that
him
he
telling
intended
him
to
to tell
hurt
the
them.
truth.
I
Yeah,
mean, there's a
harm
second
them.
aspect of that. You
Harm
know,
as
if he's
well. Yeah.
like talking about Colin, right? You have to
Mhm.
prove that he really intended to hurt Colin. And so when you leave Colin's part of that out and you
Yeah.
only put in Aiden's part, that's a problem because when they get into the courtroom now, Colin's part's going to come in and you'll see that that's going to flop,
That's
Right.
right?
very true.
So, I mean, I think that's what we have to keep in mind. You could charge people. It doesn't mean that they're guilty of it or
I
convicted of
mean,
it or will be convicted.
he's
Mhm.
annoying. He was an annoyance. He was an inconvenience. He was maybe slanderous. And he could be liable for those things. You know, you're saying that I'm a murderer and you have 100,000 followers. Like, I'm civilly suing you for that because you didn't take your journalism and use it responsibly. Used it in a way that slandered me. And now I'm taking you to court. Whatever you have is mine. But to say that he intimidated witnesses, intimidated them to what?
Yeah.
You have to
Were
be
they
able
in
to
harm to
intimidate
their
them to
life?
change their story, right? I mean, I would sue him privately, personally, you know, because you did bring
Civilly, yeah.
people in front of my house and you did call me a murderer like 19 times, and now you're going to
But
get
even
sued.
that, you have to prove the harm. Like Chris could probably prove the harm, right? Because
Right.
of the bad reviews he got at his restaurant. He
Yeah.
lost money. As soon you
Right.
have to correlate that, and then you have to say how much did you lose. You know, there's a whole
Right.
lot to this. It's not just I'm suing you and you're guilty of it and you have to pay money or you're going to jail.
Right.
It's not that simple. There's a whole lot to this. And from what we've seen and what I see in this document, I don't think
I
that
don't know
they
that
have
they're there.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and we've seen it in so many cases where the screaming match beforehand on social media and the back and forth, even between the attorneys
Mm-hmm.
before it actually goes to trial, any situation, is completely different than what we actually see at trial. Like Jenny's saying, like there's a whole lot more to it to get that conviction than just the debates online and the debates in the courtroom beforehand.
Yeah.
It,
And it
it
doesn't
comes down
matter
to
if you like him or not at that point. It
No.
does
exactly.
not matter. If he's
No.
guilty, they have evidence, he'll go to jail for it or whatever punishment he gets. If
Mhm.
For sure.
he didn't do it, he's going to
If
go
they
free.
don't,
And
yep.
right now it's kind of a technicality, honestly, that he's in jail at this moment.
Mhm.
He shouldn't have gone over there, but it was also,
Nope.
you know,
He
when you're
should not.
talking about somebody you've been in a relationship with, tend
He
to
should have been smarter than that. That was a
give
really
it a little room.
stupid thing that he did. You don't go over there. You don't push her. You don't,
No.
sit there with her. The abortion pill. She's going to go have the abortion on your driveway. All of this stuff has happened. Like, what are you, crazy? You're already in the middle of all of this. What the hell are you doing?
So
And the
was
bad
he?
part about all of this too is this again. I'm seeing most of this for the first time. This part of it. It's so disrespectful to John O'Keefe that this is what this document's about. That this is what this
Exactly.
case has become. It's so disrespectful. I thought collecting evidence in red Solo cups was disrespectful. This is so fucking disrespectful, in my opinion,
Yeah.
that this
That
is
they've
what they're concerned
intertwined
with.
them. Yeah.
Well, and not only that, but what does this tell us? This tells us that their case is not strong.
And that's scary. Like, is your
Yep.
case strong? You're wasting taxpayer dollars. You're out
That
here
they're
doing
now
all
trying to
of this.
search for, evidence this late in the game through her phone. For what purpose? Because it's surely not just to prove
Yeah.
that. So yeah,
So
they
if Karen's not, if she's found not guilty, are they going to continue the investigation? They can't, because they did an investigation that was pointed directly at one person
Right.
and
Mhm.
one thing that happened.
Which I
So
hate because
that doesn't get justice for him if he was.
no. And
Mhm.
that's like the most important thing, not who wins between the media war with Turtle
No.
Boy or if you can wipe that smirk off Karen's face. And that's kind of what it feels like, a pissing match to me.
Mhm.
That even in court, it kind of feels like exasperation on the part of prosecution, like that they even have to prove this shit.
Just
Like,
because she has resting bitch face.
I think
Right.
she's a beautiful woman, and
She
I
is.
don't see
She does
any
have.
issue with her face, but
Well,
somebody said that earlier, like, oh, when are they gonna wipe that fucking smirk? I'm like, why do they need to? Is she supposed to fucking be thrilled that she's going through this, especially if she's innocent? Should she be constantly smiling? But when she is smiling and there are
Then they
photos
need to
of her
give her crap
smiling,
for smiling. Yeah.
oh, does she think this is a joke?
What's funny about
Oh no.
So I'm just curious. She is the only one that tried to give him CPR or save him, correct?
that
Correct.
we know of? Well, I will say that, like, Carrie Roberts seemed to be helping her. I don't know if she
Oh, good. Okay.
what she did, but we know from that little audio clip that we heard that her and Carrie were over by him. So Karen has claimed she's the only one who, was trying to save him, but we don't know what Carrie may or may
Okay.
not have been doing.
Yeah,
I don't
because we've
know.
got.
I feel bad for her. I feel bad for,
What if it were you?
I would
Well,
be devastated if I was innocent
mhm.
and then all of this attention was on Bullhorn Betty. I would be like, what are we
Right.
losing sight of here? But then again, I wouldn't be on the phone with Bullhorn Betty. So whatever she was doing on the phone with him,
Yeah, let's
I
get
don't
into
really
it.
know.
Let's see here.
Yeah, that's a
Okay,
lot.
Yeah,
so
let's
they
get to
point
that.
out some episodes. This is not my last trip to Canton. I'll be back. Get used to it. These people think I'm fucking around. You haven't seen the last of me. Again, these are statements that I've heard so many creators say similar
Yeah.
things.
And none of that's wrong.
Horny. You'll be
This
back? Okay,
None of that's
Arnold.
illegal.
This guy, Chris Albert, has his head on the swivel looking for turtle riders. I got bad news for you, Chris. I got really bad news for you. They are literally everywhere. You guys should just stop going out in public. It's going to get worse from here. I know where you all were today. You were in, I'm not even going to attempt to say that name.
Agawam.
Hey, I was close. Agawam, weren't you? You guys were at
Agawam.
some sort of little league thing in Agawam. Okay. Here's so life as normal, like the parts that they bold are what they want to emphasize on. So that last one where it's only going to get worse from here. Life as normal is over. Life is normal. You had normal for a while there from January 29th to about April 2023. You guys literally got away with murder.
And see, that's fucked up. I mean,
It
I
is.
think-
It's messed up to say, but it's not like
Is it illegal?
out of the
I
realm
don't
of,
know.
well, like I
It
said,
is
like we've heard
illegal. I would
many.
hope that that's illegal.
Mhm.
That you cannot go online and say definitively that somebody
Someone's a
got away with
murderer.
murder. You
Mm-mm.
can't
Yeah.
do that. That's crazy town. I'd definitely be suing him if I was them. Like, you're not going
OJ's
to
like,
do that to me.
yeah.
Crazy.
Casey Anthony and OJ are like, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't go
I
tell
got-
your murder.
I got pictures of you. Okay, but I mean, anybody who had their social media would have pictures of. Okay, you
Yeah.
can't leave the fucking country. Turtle riders, we're gonna find you. They're gonna find you. You can't hide anymore. Your private life is officially over. Over. You leave your house, you're gonna have your picture taken. So you need to get used to a new normal. Your new normal. Turtle riders are gonna take pictures of you and they're gonna send it to me. You're famous. We need to accelerate it. Oh, that could be a troubling statement right there. We
There's a
need
few
to
things, yeah.
accelerate it. They, women who recorded the video of Chris Albert's confrontation, are doing a fantastic job with this. And then an episode about Colin, he says, I said from the beginning, I don't want this to go to trial.
That's the problem.
Okay.
For
But
me,
it doesn't
right
matter.
there.
He's not even
It-
in this case.
Yeah, but what is that?
It
I mean,
doesn't
how many other creators out there have said, I don't want this to go to trial? That like like how you say it could play a huge, like the context of it could be important too. Like, I don't want this to go to trial at all. I think that they, your inflection,
Right.
your tone, your emphasis on things could totally change that sentence.
True.
But you're talking about intent here. And
Mhm.
that if his intent is for it to not go to trial,
Yeah,
that backs up.
it does.
It could back up. Yeah.
Yeah, it could back
Well,
up
that's why I
him
thought-
getting in trouble. But what does that
Correct.
have to do with Karen? That's not her
Nothing.
fault. You know?
Nothing. This is all.
Well,
to
we're
get
not
her
there
votes.
yet. Yeah, we're not there yet. So let's see.
Here, I'll
Since
scroll.
April 2023, Carney traveled to
Sorry.
Canton on several occasions. On one occasion, Carney went to D&E Pizza, 618 Washington Street, Canton, which is owned by Chris Albert. Chris Albert and his wife, Julie Albert, were with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed prior to the homicide. Chris has been interviewed by investigators. During the visit to D&E Pizza, Carney confronted Chris. Carney later stated on video posted on YouTube for his followers to confront Chris Albert. Ordered food from D&E Pizza with the intent of not paying for the food and harass. Chris Albert stated that he had a vast increase in the number of Why is that not in here? Where's the direct link and quote for that? Like, all of these have direct links to the episode and the exact quote from Carney, but that one doesn't. Let's see. July 2023, Carney posted a blog on his website regarding Chris Albert. The blog contains a video where Chris was confronted by a follower of Carney's outside a Canton restaurant, also referred above in the video. In the blog post, Carney writes, "Let's keep this up. I was so proud to see Turtle Riders unafraid confronting evil like this in the flesh. The fact that he's still going to places like the waterfall is because he feels comfortable doing so. But murderers and those who cover for them do not deserve to live a comfortable life while Karen Reed suffers and fights for justice for John O'Keefe." Let's see here. On June 13th, Carney broadcast a live YouTube video, which is currently posted on his YouTube page. During the broadcast, Carney displayed called detailed records of Jennifer McCabe from the day O'Keefe was killed, which included phone numbers and names associated with the now this makes me hot. Like, I don't like that he did this at all. These records had previously been attached to a defense motion filed in Commonwealth v. Reed. Carney called Julie Albert, Chris Albert's wife, and left a voicemail message. Julie stated a person claiming to be Carney called from phone Ooh, it's on here. Carney left the following voicemail. "Hi, Julie. This is award-winning journalist Aidan Carney calling from Turtle Boy Daily News. Just calling to ask you a few questions, that's all. At the
You have to
board's...
read it with an accent.
I can't. I'll let you. One of you guys read it. I can't do it with that accent.
No. Go ahead. Tracy, you got to read it.
Yeah, you go ahead and do it.
Okay. All right. Kearney left the following voicemail. Kearney, Hi, Julie. This is the award-winning journalist, Aiden Connie, calling from Turtle Boy Daily News. Just calling to ask you a few questions, that's all. At the board selectman meeting a few weeks ago, you looked great and extremely happy in the front row and extremely comfortable that you wanted to be there. So I just want to ask you a couple questions. I'm reading a police report right now from February 10th, 2022, in which Michael Proctor says he interviewed you and introduced himself for the first time, which confuses me a little bit because it seems that your family has known him for quite some time. I was wondering how your son Colin, who was at 34 Fairview the night that John O'Keefe was murdered, ended up in a wedding party with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Proctor's sister before he was actually a trooper. And I wanted to know, who did you guys meet? And did you guys just forget about each other over time that you had to be reintroduced again? But what I'd really like to know is that if you were in the Canton High School class of 1994, how the hell did Jen McCabe win Best Looking when they're using the Dominion photo machine? Fucking guy. How did that happen?
Oh my god.
And how does that hurt your self-esteem to know you're in the same graduating class as Jennifer McCabe and she got Best Looking? How does that how do you cope with that? Do you need therapy? That has to hurt your feelings, right? Because that would just devastate me if I lost to a horse face. So give me a call back when you get this and we'll talk soon. Bye.
Oh my god,
All right.
Dominion
So there was
voting.
another voicemail.
Like
to-
the Dominion voting
to
machines
Charlie.
had me rolling, but you didn't have to call her voice face. Come
No,
on.
he did not.
All
That
right.
was too much.
Chicken Palm Charlie. This is the award-winning journalist, Aiden Connie, calling you back. You messaged me on the night of April 17th when I first wrote the story about your son being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. You said it was unfortunate that I was going to write about that. I have not heard back from you yet, so I'm still following up on that. Also, I'd like to know about a report that I'm reading right now in which Trooper Proctor claims that he was formally introduced to you on February 10th of 2022. I'm a little confused by that because we have pictures of your family with Trooper Proctor dating back as far as, I believe, 2011, if not further. So did you guys both have amnesia that day that you needed to be formally introduced? Do you often need to be introduced to the people that you have known for a long time? Do you perpetually live in Groundhog's Day? I I know this was right around Groundhog's Day when this happened, so maybe it just kept replaying and you got to do it all over again the next day. I don't know. I'd like to learn more about this, so if you get back to me, that'd be great. And also, I'll take 2 blackened chicken palms, extra mozzarella, and we'll see you soon. All right? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna send you an arrangement to buy.
Oh my goodness. They told him that would be that was unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
Hmm.
It's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. That means that's
I'm gonna sue your
unfortunate.
ass.
Or I'm gonna fuck you up. That is
Yeah.
unfortunate for everybody right now. Yeah, that's that's unfortunate. You shouldn't do that.
Wow.
Mm,
Thank you for reading.
Sure.
Aiden Connie.
Aiden Connie here. Not funny. Not funny.
Okay. All right. Back on track. On July
He
26th.
doesn't think this is funny.
Hold on, scroll up.
QWERTY.
There you go.
Okay. Sergeant Gurry of the Massachusetts State Norfolk SPD interviewed Colin Albert. So it's kind of funny that they left out the date up at the beginning of this document, but you see how long it took them to interview Colin. Anyway, Colin is, which in the beginning they denied him even being there, but Colin is the son of Chris and Julie Albert and was 17 years of age on the day O'Keefe was killed. He did turn 18 less than a month later, I do believe. On April 17th, Carney posted on Twitter a statement alleging Colin is responsible for the murder of John O'Keefe, specifically stating Colin and O'Keefe were in a fistfight at 34 Fairview Road. You can't do that, people. You just can't just
No.
accuse people of shit. Same with I can think of a million cases. But anyway, since that point, Carney authored several additional posts about Colin. His alleged, what is that word? propensity for violence, and personal information, including where Colin would be attending college. Okay, so yeah, he did put out there where Colin would be attending college, but it was also public information on Colin's page too. I don't know. That one's eh.
Yeah, but
Since
I wouldn't
that
want
time,
anybody sleuthing
no,
my
I wouldn't
kid,
either.
you know?
Since
Ooh.
that time, Colin has been the target of harassment. I mean, think of Hunter from
Yeah,
Summer's
no.
case. I mean, come on, people.
You don't
Uh,
sleuth kids. I don't care if they're 17 or 18. My daughter's 18. She's still a baby. You don't do that shit.
Well, there's also the ex-neighbor's kids that
You just
people
don't
have
do
done
it.
stuff
No,
and put stuff out about her kids. That's not right either.
no way. So
can you
fucking
guys hear
wrong,
me
dude.
now?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hear you fine.
Okay, everything like reloaded for me. But that's fine,
Oh,
as long as I'm still here. No, I think it's completely wrong to be
yeah.
sleuthing these kids.
It is, and the thing too is that they leave out Colin's part of this, and they left
Yes.
out anything said or done by the other people that he left these messages to, and it seems like in a lot of these cases he is at the same level that they are at.
Mm-hmm.
But
I would agree with that.
we don't know because we don't, you know.
Right, because they were making accusations and calls to people's jobs as well. So it was a lot of tit for tat stuff that all of it went too far, in my opinion. But they're not
Yeah, I've
asking
seen
deeds,
Colin's videos.
unfortunately.
They're something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's a kid. You expect
Yep.
kids to be stupid sometimes, you know?
Right, and you expect
But so
adults to act like adults.
what
too.
my question would be, what was his intent by doing this?
I don't know, but we're about to get to the next call that he leaves, and this one's for Colin.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me finish and then you can read that. Since that time, Colin has been the target of harassment and intimidation on social media. But he was before and even, Anyway,
Yeah.
employees of his college, Bridgewater State University, have received emails from people who copied Carney's false allegations. Ugh, that's not good. On July 8th, Carney broadcast a live YouTube video. During the broadcast, Carney stated he has Colin Albert's cell phone number. He stated he is going to call it and hopes the fucker answers. In the video, Carney places the call via a cell phone while utilizing the speaker. The phone call goes to voicemail. The greeting of the voicemail states the phone number of the person Carney is calling. Colin Albert, which is broadcasted on the YouTube video. Carney leaves the following voicemail. Colin stated the phone call came from Carney's number. You're up, Carney.
Yo, Colin, it's Turtle Boy from them Advantage Boys. Bang, 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 bang. Yo, we'll fuck any of you dogs up. Yo, you challenge my boys, them Advantage Boys, to fight, dog, and we're about that life, son. We're about that life. And we from Sharon, son. Yo, call Canton bitches ain't hot, yo. Us Sharon bitches are Advantage Boys. Nobody be fucking with us and shit, dog. Yo, call me back. No, but seriously, it's Aiden Connie from Turtle Boy. I just want to know, were you the one who killed John O'Keefe, or was that your Uncle Brian? Who hit him first? Who hit him in the back of the head with the thing? Are you worried that you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life and that you won't be able to play football at Bridgewater State next year? I'd love to have a conversation with you. Your dad kicked me out of your pizza shack and I didn't get to eat his mediocre chicken palm. So I just wanted to know if you could talk to me about that, and maybe you and I could go for a ride. We could find them Advantage Boys, bang, bang. I don't know. So give me a call when you get this. Bye. Listen, you call my kid.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Fuck you up.
Sorry.
Like,
seriously.
there'll be none of that. None of that. Because you don't know what, you're doing this on a live YouTube channel. That's not okay.
No, and
You want to go for a ride. You want to go for a ride is too much.
Yeah. And I don't know what the Advantage Boys are. I know that Colin made the bang bang video, like I'll bang you out type of video, but that's, I mean, he's one of those kids. He's a tough guy. So I don't understand why he You're too old to be doing this kind of shit, Aiden.
Mhm.
It's not cute. It's not a good look at all.
No.
I can understand you're talking to maybe the parents, and maybe you talk a little shit to the parents, but once you involved 17, 18-year-old and you're putting his number out and his college out, and no, that's way too much, friend. I don't like that.
Mm-mm. So Colin stated to Sergeant Urey that the intimidation he has received from Carney has made him sad, scared, and paranoid. He fears physical harm from strangers. Colin attended Bridgewater State University, where he was a member of the football team. Colin was enrolled to return in the fall of 2023. Due to the past harassment and the threat of future harassment, Colin chose to withdraw from the university football team. On September 24th, 2023, Carney broadcast a live YouTube video. At the 2 hour and 31 mark, Carney is talking about an interaction he had with Jillian Daniels, Colin's aunt. While describing their interaction, Carney stated, "I'm trying to put her like godson / nephew in jail and, you know, kind of like destroy their life." Ugh. Carney has targeted Jennifer and Matthew McCabe with harassing and intimidating statements and acts. The McCabes were with O'Keefe and Reed in the hours leading up to O'Keefe's death and were present at 34 Fairview Road, Canton. Reed's defense attorneys have alleged the McCabes have lied to investigators and have conspired with other witnesses to frame Reed for their murder. Carney has confirmed and confronted and harassed the McCabes as a result. On June 6, 2023, the McCabes traveled from their residence in Canton to
Billerica?
Billerica?
Billerica? Yeah.
See, I would have said Bill Erica. Billerica, Massachusetts, to attend a sporting event where their kids were participating. Carney learned the McCabes would be in
Billerica.
Billerica.
Yeah.
I swear it's Bill Erica, but okay, Billerica.
No, it's Billerica.
Carney, whose mass driver's license has an address of, we're just putting his address out there. Okay. Traveled to Billerica, confronted the McCabes, and posted videos of the interaction online. Carney would later write a blog post about the interaction where he stated, "Jen and Matt McCabe do not deserve to live a normal life and pretend that they weren't involved in murdering a Boston police officer." While the McCabes were seated in the stands, Carney approached Jennifer McCabe and asked her repeated questions about the alleged conspiracy. On a subsequent YouTube video, Carney bragged about the confrontation. "I went to her kids' lacrosse game and made a scene there and got kicked out because I kept calling her a cop killer." Okay, and then last, we'll get through 20 here. On June 26th, Carney traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe at 12 Country Lane, Canton. Carney video recorded his arrival at the residence and later discussed the trip to the residence in a YouTube video. In the video, Carney stated when he arrived, he noticed the front door to the residence was open. He stated, "Well, the open door, will make this easier. She can't close it on me." Carney played the video he recorded at the residence on the YouTube video. Carney rang the doorbell and video recorded the interior of the residence through a glass storm door. Oh, we saw JLR do this to Buster Murdaugh. Oh. A person is seen inside the home on Carney's video, which Carney stated is Jennifer McCabe. Carney was videotaping into the home for approximately 1 minute.
You done lost your mind, brother. What are you doing out here?
Sergeant Urey interviewed Jennifer McCabe on July 24th, 2023 regarding the harassment and intimidation. Jennifer became upset and stated she is concerned for her safety and well-being of her juvenile children. She stated her children are upset, embarrassed, and angry at the false accusations Carney has been broadcasting. She stated the children are afraid to be at their own home. Jen later told Sergeant Urey that Carney repeatedly keeps showing the pictures of Trooper Proctor at a cookout and misidentifies children in the photos as her children. The prosecution's misidentifying some of that too. But anyway, she stated Carney has shown one of her children at her first communion and family photos. Jennifer stated her 15-year-old daughter is being recognized and photographed in public, which terrifies her daughter. That is not okay.
No.
Not okay at all.
And I want to be
So-
clear, none of this is funny.
No.
I think we're making light of the accent. So I don't like Cordy keeps saying, so that's funny. This is funny. I don't think anybody thinks that it's funny. I think that the accent
Yeah.
is a little amusing. That's
Yeah,
about
none
it.
of this is hilarious at all.
No, it isn't funny at
I
all.
was laughing about the Dominion voting booths because of
Period.
the
I did laugh
context.
at that too.
So, I mean, that's
Yeah.
true.
And no, Molly isn't funny. Molly would have had less teeth that day.
Yep.
She's like the least funny fucking person ever.
Right. I mean, think about that too, though. Like, if they're gonna charge him for these things, like creators like that, who go and
Yeah, it's a really
scream at them that their
crazy
baby's
line.
dead and that they had something to do with the disappearance of their daughter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to no, I don't think that he I don't think in all of these cases he was trying to be funny either. I don't think that was his plan. I don't think that he was trying to make them laugh. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know where that question is coming from, or that statement of this here. I said earlier, see above, you guys are funny, Turtle Boy isn't. I don't think he runs a comedy show. I don't think he's trying to be funny at all. I think he's trying to be a dick, because that was his point. I don't think that he's thinking, oh, when everybody sees this, is going to be laughing. No, I think he's saying, I'm not going to get out of their face, whether you like it or not. You can like it. I mean, he looks pretty serious when he's talking. So I don't know. I don't find any of it funny.
The kid stuff is a huge problem for me.
Me too.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah.
And I'm also not going to feel guilty for laughing when there's
when I can't pronounce
my
a word.
accent, or you can't
Yeah.
pronounce a word. Like, that is funny. But is this situation funny? No. And it's definitely not funny that they spent all this time on this. Unless she encouraged him and wanted him, and they can prove that.
To do
Unless she
those
was telling him
specific
to go
acts.
do this, I
Mhm.
don't know how this has anything to do with John O'Keefe as far as his murder. And it's really pissing me off that all of this is in here.
Yeah, this was just to get her phones.
Why?
I don't know.
Like,
I mean, they say because they want to prove that they were leaking information through Aiden.
it's crazy.
She can talk about her case. Like, I mean, she's been on how many national media outlets already? Like, there's nothing that keeps her from discussing her case with anyone.
And I don't understand this. And I think maybe I'm missing something here, but it seems like if I was, you guys would be pointing it out. Why is this all in here?
Yeah.
Unless they show that she was encouraging this. Now, she did have 40 hours of conversation or something, 289 phone calls. And maybe they were talking about, well, what do you think happened? And she's like, I don't know. I think that they did something to him in the house. That doesn't mean that she said to him, go threaten everybody.
Right.
So,
That just means they talked. And if you don't have the context
to
of
put
all
all
that,
this in here, they better have proof that she told him to do this shit. And if she did, she's a fucking clown too, if she did. But
absolutely.
I don't understand all of this. I don't.
like I said, to me, this makes it look like their case in chief is weak.
Is weak. It's very weak. That's what it looks like to me.
It feels childish. Like, why is all this in here?
So, Carney stated, I'm saying this as a matter of fact that Jim McCabe participated in killing and planning to kill and cover up the murder of John O'Keefe. I am saying that. That is not my opinion. Later in the video, Carney displayed a sign on the lawn of Jennifer McCabe's sister in Canton and says, "You killed John O'Keefe, you worthless piles of shit, and I'm gonna find you, motherfucker. I'm gonna find you. Just know that. You wanna fucking dance? We can fucking dance. I didn't know who you were before this. I thought you were Jen's lesbian sister or some shit. I didn't know shit about you. Now we know all about your son, Tommy. Tommy's the lacrosse coach, I believe, at Canton High School, right? Yeah. Whoa. We can talk about Tommy too. We can pay Tommy a visit too. We're gonna go after. You're gonna get the whole fucking deal now. All of it. Allie McCabe, she can get it too. They can all get it. We have left the second generation out of this for a bit, but that's over. Except for Brian Albert Jr. because he looks functionally, I'm not gonna say that word. But besides him, the rest of them, they're all gonna he probably meant get it. They're all gonna get it. Caitlin Albert, we've got some questions for you. Show up at another Bridgewater State football game. I dare you. Daddy's coming to town. These people make me sick. He
This is
makes me
fucked up.
sick. This makes me sick.
What is this?
Like that
This
is
is her
some
sister, Jennifer
vitriol.
McCabe's sister.
Yeah, that was to Jennifer McCabe's sister. Yeah. That's
What the
messed
heck? It
up.
said she thought she was her. Come on.
I don't know. I mean, I told you
Paying
guys.
people visits, a lacrosse coach. These people have nothing to do with the case.
I mean, this is the type of
Yeah, he needs to take a bunch of
investigation
seats
that he did on Kayla's dad, which he's a Christian, you know. He was a part-time pastor and you know, whatever. It was bad. It was bad.
This is a
So
lot of evidence of intent.
right.
for him though,
For
for
him.
him,
For him. Yes,
like
for him.
I don't
Yeah.
care about him. Like
Mhm.
I care about this case and what happened to John. How the
Mhm.
fuck does this give us any information? This is pissing me off. Like,
Yeah.
what is this?
They turned the entire, all of this is about Aiden.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to print it all and read it so that my eyes don't go crazy. But I want to know how they like Karen agreed to work with Carney. Karen instructed Natalie to download a messaging app, Signal, on her phone. I've never even heard of it. It's
Where
a
you at?
confidential way to communicate. I was just looking for the word Karen. Isn't this about Karen? Like, for Christ's mother.
Yeah.
It's like on page 50.
So who is Natalie and why is she, what's
I
going
don't
on
even
there?
know
We
yet. I don't even
I
know.
think from what I understood from a little bit that I saw that Natalie was a friend of Karen Reed's in college, maybe, but she got into the case and reached out to Karen, then reached out to Turtle Boy and connected the two. I don't know if it was at anyone's request or if it's just something she did herself, but that's what I've gathered from
AJ and
news
myself
reports.
don't officially talk. It would be normal for me to have opinions different than the defense. I hear you. Okay.
So this next part is the voicemail that he left on Proctor's.
Oh my god. Maybe this is the last one we read. It's already 9:15.
This is crazy.
And
I'll let you read it, or Jenny can read
I'm
it.
so aggravated with us. Like, what the hell? What is this shit?
I don't know if they're saying that in J Bear. Like,
Are they trying to say that Karen wanted? I don't know. I would really. Have any of you ever watched the show? Quincy, I know who the guy is from personal experience. I don't
Yeah.
need to watch the show.
no, I don't
Yeah.
watch. I've watched it.
But
once
yes,
or
I've
twice,
seen
but
it.
yeah.
I've seen it.
And I know what he does. Like I get
Yeah.
it. But these this
This
like
is
the kid
different.
stuff though, it doesn't matter. There's no context for
Kids.
intimidating kids.
No, there's not.
That makes that okay. In my opinion. I mean, that's just me, but and I mean, I understand what he's doing. I'm trying to be fair about the whole thing, but like these
We are reading it, Cordy.
phone calls and the sign in the yard, in someone's yard, that isn't even related to the case. it does, it starts to fall over into intimidation.
Mhm.
So, I mean, we don't want police officers to
Us.
do that to people either, right? To intimidate witness people into saying certain things, which has happened a lot of times, right? We come out with the wrongful conviction stuff. You find out,
Mhm.
oh, they had this kid in there for hours and hours and hours, someone with a low IQ that they convinced, and they went over the story with them over and over and over again until, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't like that either. So
Well, they're
you
trying to
can't.
tie Karen. That's exactly what I'm saying. And let me say that I skimmed through this 300 pages. I clearly didn't read 300 pages. I wanted to read it with them on the live. So this is our real reactions. Like, this is the first fucking time I'm seeing all of this. And I'm frustrated because for me, they haven't tied it in yet.
Mm-mm.
How are you? So you're tying, can you pin it on her? And you're saying, well, if you read it, you'll know. Well, that's what we're doing. But there better be something in here. 300 pages that shows us, oh, yeah, she knew. She's culpable in this whole thing. She wanted him to do all this shit. Then again, let's play devil's advocate here. Was she watching his shows? Did she know what he was up to? Did she see all of that? If she was leaking him information and she saw his shows and what he was doing, threatening minors and all of that, was she cool with that? Are there messages that show that she's like, what the hell are you doing? Or was she
Yeah.
distancing herself or what? Does any of that matter in the murder of John O'Keefe? No, but it matters in her,
Her
Trial.
case, her trial. Yeah.
yeah, the way that I'm gonna view her, I guess. Like, you were okay with all of that? I mean, I guess if you're fighting for your freedom, you're kind of okay with anything, like, just get me the hell out of here. But that has nothing to do with this. Like,
Mm.
I know that I've got to believe she's an educated woman with
So
a good career. There's no chance in hell that she was involved to the point that she encouraged this behavior of
Well, they
intimidating
keep
witnesses.
saying that it says in here that she wants nothing to do with the little boy. I guess I need to jump ahead to the part, like, where did that come into play? Like, when
well,
did she determine it was too far? Because that, I don't
Yeah,
know if it
no, we
matters,
don't
but it's
know
an
yet.
interesting point.
We don't know who Natalie is yet. No.
Mhm.
And we were talking about Colin and the daughter there, but it's
Quincy, they are children.
the children of,
The children of Jim McCabe are children,
Yeah, the minor children at the ball game.
and you
And
got
I
to
know
remember when you're
Colin's
doing
not
this.
an adult, or he's not a child now, but he was when John O'Keefe was murdered.
Yeah, and
pay
if you
attention to
hold
my
me to stuff I did when I was
community
17,
TV.
18 years old, I'm in
Mhm.
trouble. I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, and that's, taken out of context.
Because
Many
this
YouTubers.
isn't an.
Okay, but that's okay if many YouTubers have broken it down.
I think she's talking about like Will when he did the context. He went to
Sure.
those spots
Yeah, he
and
does
played
do
it.
that.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of this, when we were talking about the adults and the conversations and those kind of things, absolutely. I mean,
Mhm.
that's reasonable. That's not a
Mhm.
problem. The problem is, for me, I've always had a problem with the lacrosse game. I think that was really in bad taste. Illegal? I don't know. I don't think so. But it was really, really in bad taste. And that's just me. He can do what he wants. I mean, he, if he gets arrested for or charged with the things that he does, that's on him. But he can do
Yeah.
whatever he wants. I enjoyed watching him when he was talking about her case. I didn't watch. I would cut it off when he was doing the standing in front of people's houses and all that
Mhm.
kind of stuff because it's just not. I don't like it here on YouTube either. The dramas, I'll turn it off.
It's a
The-
lot. Yeah.
They can tell you. They can both tell you that I can't.
I just
Er
want a fair look at this.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to watch people who've already got their full minds made up. That's
Yeah.
why I thought that these
And I don't
documents are so important, because I feel it, you know, it may be a lot more boring to people to watch us reading the document than stating all of our opinions and being smartasses and making fun of stuff and calling the people who believe opposite dickheads. And that's okay. That's all right.
but
I want to
Tracy,
know what's in these fucking documents. And
one
that's
other
it.
thing to consider too, and it doesn't excuse the kid stuff, but one other thing to consider is that he truly believes this.
Oh,
This is
absolutely.
Yeah.
not like he's just creating drama. He
He does
absolutely
believe it.
believes in her innocence.
Yeah.
And so you have to kind of shift perspective sometimes
Yeah.
to see it from that perspective, right? He truly believes this. He's not just saying this because
Yeah.
he said, that's not my opinion. They
And
did this. I mean,
that's
he
true.
flat out says it.
Yeah.
So we just want to be fair. And I don't want anybody who likes Turtle Boy or anybody who dislikes him to feel like, oh, they're on this side, because I don't think we are. Even,
No,
any of the
no.
three of us. We're open to wherever the evidence takes this.
Yeah, I mean, I truly feel so far that she's probably innocent. That's been my assumption since the beginning. That's how I felt anyway. If it comes to light in these pages that she encouraged or wanted all of this, I don't know how I would feel, because if I had to go out of my way to get somebody, if I know about Turtle Boy, Karen probably knows about Turtle Boy, you know?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
he wasn't a secret in Massachusetts. He was quite known. So you
Well, this
don't
can,
get somebody like him involved without knowing what he's about to do. We
and
know what
also,
he's about to do. So am I feeling like my case isn't good enough that I have to get him involved?
yeah.
That's what
Well,
I'm thinking in my mind as her. Like, if I was her, what would make me think, yeah, this is a good idea. I need to do this. This is a good idea. I don't know what that would have to be.
well, in all the like what Dee was talking about earlier, that we see this in all the high profile cases that
Mhm.
information gets leaked, and it's usually coming from the lawyers through other means, right? They want it out,
Absolutely.
but they can't really put it out.
Right.
That's the kind of thing. So I think that's what he was used for. Maybe they didn't count on how headstrong he is, and but I believe she knows who he is, but things
I
snowball
mean, she
too,
may not have.
right?
Maybe
Things
she may not
snowball.
have.
I agree with
But
that, Jenny.
Things seem like a good idea at the time, and then as time
Whoo-wee.
goes
Or if
on,
you don't have a ton of people covering your case in the beginning and you have this, blogger who, like you said, is known, reaching out saying, yeah, I want to cover it and I believe in your innocence, and then you don't
Which
know,
is
or I don't know.
great.
That's why I agree it's important to go through these with a fine-tooth comb
yeah.
to
And think
before
about how
forming an opinion.
how many people, each of the three of us, have thought it was a good idea to work with someone else on something,
Yeah,
and it
very
turned
true.
out it was
To
a
be a crap
horrible,
show.
horrible idea,
Yeah. I mean, I
right?
think
And
until, like, our little group found each other, we've probably all been burned
yeah,
a lot, where we're like, oh, why did I do that? Why did I do
yeah. Well,
that?
at
Yeah.
the time, you think someone is trying to improve themselves. You think it
Because
doesn't
you give
matter
people
as
the
long
benefit
as
of the doubt, yeah.
as long as we're discussing the case and moving
Mhm.
forward or whatever we're working on.
Yeah.
And then you get tied to them, and they, maybe, I don't know, not getting enough attention one day or something, and they decide to say all this crap
Yeah.
that if you defend it, you're in drama. That's what I'm saying about
Mhm.
them defending themselves against Aiden as well. I
Yeah.
wouldn't. I get what you're saying about, because I totally know you get right back in somebody's face. Not
Sure.
everybody can do that, and that's not always the best idea, because then you're in the mud with them.
Right. Yeah. And it's
Just
always
like
a
that
bad
ex-neighbor.
idea. How many
Yeah.
times have I come in and said to you guys, oh my God, I can't believe I just fucking went in that chat and said that?
Yeah, but
You know,
that's who you are. That's your
it's
personality.
a bad idea. I know,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna do it every
This-
time, you know? So in this case, I would be on my front porch trying to fucking pull his hair out of his head. Like, who are you and why are you here, you little turtle? Get out of here.
Yeah.
But That would be
Never,
bad
Cordy.
because it'd be on
Never.
tape, you know?
Never, Cordy. Never, never, never.
No.
So what Courtney said though about the defense's job is to create doubt, and I used to always look at
No,
the
no.
defense like that. I used to think that's all they got to do is go in there and create doubt. But then I started watching some really awesome defense lawyers, and to realize, like, try to look at it with a different mindset, because that's almost a negative. Oh, they're going to do whatever they can to create doubt.
Yeah.
Look at it as a positive of the defense's job is to protect our constitutional rights.
Right. And if
To
there
a fair
is doubt,
trial.
someone
Yes.
shouldn't be convicted.
Exactly. So when
Like,
you like flip it into a positive, I think that you might look at
But this
both
hurts it
the defense
to
and
me.
prosecution differently.
And they're doing their job, and
Mhm.
I'm grateful for them. But if you look at like Casey Anthony's case, like when that verdict came in, I cried and cried and cried. But I was like,
No.
they
Yeah.
had no other choice.
Nope.
No.
They
Nope.
had no
Well,
other choice. The charges were not proven, and
Mhm.
I hate that. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it.
I mean, if you believe what is being said, that
Mhm.
the only way that the tail light could have gotten the snow is her hitting him. The only way that he could be dead in the snow based on the Apple Watch data, even though it says he went up the stairs and they'll say that that didn't happen, is because he got hit with such force. You know, if you believe these things, then they've proven, you know, beyond a
Then they
reasonable
did their
doubt that
job. Yeah.
she's the only one, right? But if you are trying to make a case against, instead of defending your client and trying to cast doubt, you've created a whole new scenario where there are other murderers. There are people who literally murdered him. So are you going to put on a case of not just defending your client, but accusing other people of murder? That is not the same as defending your client. It's defending
It
your
is.
client and saying, and we've got an alternative to what the prosecution thinks happened. We believe these people murdered John O'Keefe. Well, that's a whole nother trial. And now
Legally,
you
that's a
pulled all
type
these
of
people in.
defense. Yeah, legally though, that is a type of defense.
It
That's what
is.
they're doing
Sure.
in Delphi. So I mean, it is part of the defending. I get what you're saying though. Like you're accusing these people
Third party.
outright.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, it is happening in Delphi, and you see how that's going over. You know, people are like, no.
And it's
No.
being taken up, and I could see that happening here. Like one of the things, like we all agree that Murdoch definitely belongs in prison, under the jail, whatever you want. We all think he's guilty and believe that his conviction should stand. But with the new information that comes out about Becky Hill, I'm thinking, does he deserve a new trial? As much as I hate to say it, probably.
Yeah.
I would still hope that they, nail him to the wall just like they did in this last one. But if we're looking at it objectively, did Becky Hill go too far? In my opinion, she did. And that's not fair, because if it was
But
one of
did
us in
she
those spots,
did she affect the
the outcome,
verdict?
yeah.
Was the question, and no.
Well,
So
not according to
to
the lower court, but yeah, you'll see how that
right.
goes on appeal
Well, I
as
mean,
well.
according to the jury themselves, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of that's your test, right? Do you feel like it affected your verdict?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I thought he was going to get away with it until closing.
Yeah.
And the a time to kill lawyer got up there, and boy, he blew it out of the water.
He did
He
a
really
great
did.
job, and he is a great lawyer, so that
Yeah.
helps. But I don't know. My point is, though, there are times that just because things might not go the way we want, we still want them to go fairly as it pertains to the judicial system, because if
Yeah.
us or our loved ones were ever in a
Always.
position like that, we would want it to go that way as well.
Yep. And I was
So
thinking, because
same
the
here.
first juror out of the gate said she was told this, she did, all this stuff. I was like, oh my gosh. And she was a surprise. But then the other two we heard about, apparently one of them was not allowed to testify because they were an alternate. And the other
Yeah.
one, I guess they changed their mind maybe or something. But
I don't know. That other
anyway,
one
sorry.
kind of got a little confusing, but that's a side tangent. My point,
It
you
did.
know,
I know.
the thing was,
It's so hard.
we want it to work. We want it to be fair on both sides. We want, you know, we don't want to go into it with the mindset of, you know, the prosecution is full of conspiracies and the defense is just trying to are going to say and do whatever they want to get their client off. Like, I personally want to go into it with a different mindset.
Yeah. It should
Cordy,
be.
is that Koberger in your, what is that in your profile photo? What is that? It is Koberger,
Koberger.
right? I'm wicked smart, kid.
Is
I'm
it
from
really?
Boston. It is Koberger. I was trying to take
Wicked
Cordy's
smart.
photo and blow it up because he said he was going to take a link. Yeah,
Come on.
sure.
Oh,
Never.
Come on.
So I had
We
to
don't get to
blow it
see you.
up. And look,
you would never.
you'd never. Not in a million
Right.
years. It is
Unsupervised
Koberger, you
manning.
liar. Come on, will you? What am I, nuts? I'm not. I'm looking
Unsupervised
right at
maniacs
it.
nailed it. Like, I don't. So far, the prosecution in the Adam Montgomery trial has not proven their case, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
I know.
I'm very
Extremely.
nervous about what's
Everything
going to
is
happen.
based on an unreliable witness who has been shown to lie.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
very
Well,
difficult.
what do you think happened to her then?
Oh, I think that he probably did. Absolutely think that. But as it pertains to, have they proven that? Have they, beyond reasonable doubt, that
So you don't
he
think
did
that
that?
the girl, the wife there is telling the truth?
Kayla?
Because she,
No.
She's
why?
lied before. Because she's
Well,
a liar.
yeah, she's
Well,
and she said out, you know, she's like, oh, I never went in the bathroom at all when he was doing the, you know, the egregious acts to Harmony in the bathtub. But then, like, what, less than 5 minutes later, talks about being in the bathroom. I mean, there's just like little things like that you could, lots of things like that.
well, I think she was on
And
drugs a lot of the time too, and maybe they're gonna
Yeah.
take that into
Mhm.
consideration. She was high. She doesn't remember. I don't know. I don't
You
know.
I don't
think they've
know.
proven their case?
Yeah.
I feel like
Look,
he was with her. Then
Mhm.
his
Then
uncle
she
even
wasn't.
said, you know, everybody knows basically. For me, it feels like everybody already knows what he did. It was just the details of what and when he did it, like
Okay,
them being
but
in the car
Tracy,
and
but if you are completely innocent, you have Jason, and one day Jason's just gone, heaven forbid, God forbid,
mhm.
and they accuse you because
Yeah, but I'm
he's there
also
and then
not
just gone. You know, like that's what this
sure.
feels like here. Like they have not proven it with
okay.
evidence that he.
So
But I
the
really
evidence,
feel like the I don't
the evidence,
know.
the evidence they have is that he carried her body from various places, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
and
correct.
And
put it
did
in
all
the
that.
freezer at
He has
work.
he pled guilty
He
to
played
that
guilty to
on
those.
day
Yep.
one,
Yep.
right?
So where'd he
But
get her body
story,
from?
the story from them is that
Mhm.
she did it. So it's
Mhm.
he said, she said.
She said, and there's
And she just flipped first or what?
yeah.
Yep.
Well, he who flips first gets the best deal, right?
And then
It's
he's a
true.
total canoe anyway, with like not even
Yeah, he
paying
is.
his court and all. Like he's a horrible guy, so I hate even saying like that they
Horrible.
haven't proven their case. But
It's
I just,
probably true. Yeah,
if
what
I'm
she's
like,
saying. But
yeah, taking it out of there, then it just doesn't feel like they have yet. But hopefully the jury will
Well,
still find him guilty.
either way, one of these bastards did it. They were together. They were getting
Mm-hmm.
high as hell, and they're both to blame. So either way, his ass is going. I mean, he's already in there for 60. So I mean, no, we're not on page 8. That's
We're on
page 8 of
page 8
Exhibit
of the
B,
search warrant. Yeah, we didn't get very far.
ma'am, sir, ma'am.
well,
He's
there's also the
got
fact
something
that
there.
nobody knew she was missing for 2 freaking years.
I know that breaks
So
my
any
heart.
CCTV, a lot of in the car, like all of those things, it's gone.
Oh, the crumbly mom, Lord. Oh, that was so much. Oh my God, that was so much. Yeah, he admitted that. He told his Uncle Kevin he punched her in the head or punched her in the face or smacked the fuck out of her around the house or something. You're going to jail.
He
You're
did.
staying in there. Like, you're not
But
getting out.
they all say nobody would listen to them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like it's the same. Like I feel right now, like with Audrey's case, there was no person for her. There's no person for Harmony. There was no person for
No.
Summer.
Of course.
Like
Like,
nobody.
where are all the people? Where are the people? That's what I want to know in so many of these cases.
Yeah.
Drop
Yep.
this for New Jersey Robin real quick before we end up getting off of here.
Mhm.
Ooh, yay.
Come on up, girl. Yeah.
Sugar
She
Magnolia.
made
and you
a
can't see
she
me
made a
now.
deal. Ugh.
I hate that too, maniacs.
Yeah.
That's BS.
I was infuriated. She was afraid of him. Yeah. Yeah.
But then I mean, no, I'm not even
Had
gonna say
another
that.
baby
Yeah.
with him afterwards
Loco.
too. I
I
mean,
know, right? I didn't want to say it, but then I was like, but what?
All right, your
did.
camera, you can shut it off if you want, Robin. I see you.
Hi, I'm so nervous
What are you nervous
Don't be
for?
nervous.
because
Hey,
you're three of my favorite creators, and
Aw.
aw.
Well, you're
I've
one
been,
of our favorite chatters, so there you go.
I've been following Tracy since the beginning, and like I know she probably thinks I'm a creaky stalker, but
No.
like you know how you were at Crime Con, you met your idol lady.
Yeah, Stephanie.
That's how
Aw.
that's how I feel meeting you. But
Aw.
anyway,
Aw.
because you're so thorough and through the facts, I just love it.
Thank you, honey.
You're quite welcome. But there's just two quick things I wanted to say about both of these cases.
Sure.
Mhm.
I followed this lady. Her name is Melanie Little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's
She's
good.
a New York attorney
Awesome.
in
I
Long
liked
Island.
her. Yeah,
I
Mhm.
love her to death. She's
great.
been following the Long Island serial killer. And
Mhm.
there was a lot of police corruption in that case. A
A
lot.
lot. Yeah.
Yes. And so a lot of people warned her not to cover this Karen Reed case.
I
But
know.
she is no cupcake. And she said, well, I'm going to follow it because something don't seem right here to me. So if anybody wants to see an attorney's point of view, she views every document in a legal standpoint, and goes over the documents and what could these mean. So I just wanted to say that, a shout out to her for that.
Yeah, I just dropped her link in the chat.
Yeah,
So
she's what say you? I love she always says that. What say you?
I'm
Yep,
not
I
a
like her a
cupcake,
lot.
yeah. Because like a lot of people like don't cover this, because it's the police against this and that. But like she wants to get to like what is the really facts here. Is like she only wants to go by the facts of the documents.
mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And she sees a lot of stuff that's messed up here. She even had I remember you, Tracy, saying about the dog bites. She even had a dog trainer specialist on that trains dogs.
He
Mm.
did he
Yeah, I
was
want to see
so
that.
informative. Oh, it was so informative.
Yes,
You learned
and
so much from him.
yes, and he said that's absolutely, dog marks from a fight, an attack.
Yeah.
So that was on there.
That's
Plus,
what it felt like. I've had so many dogs and I've been bit, and it really felt like it looks like dog bites to me. I don't know.
so he's a specialist. So she had him on as a guest, and she's covered a lot, thousands of car accidents and stuff, and there's so much that she's covered that just saying that, going back to Karen and John O'Keefe and forget about Turtle Boy part,
Mhm.
it doesn't make sense. There is a benefit of a doubt here of her being accused of this.
Right.
So
Yeah, I'm definitely going to binge some of her stuff. I've listened to a couple of them, and I saw her on, I think it was LTL's. And
And
I like.
and she was on LTL and she's been on Court TV up against
Mhm.
Coffin Dopper. So
yeah,
she was
that
pretty
was
good.
something when she did
It
that.
was good.
Melanie
That's why
Little
she
has
had the
her
dog
too.
expert on, was because of
Oh.
the back and forth between her and Coffendorfer on court TV.
Yes.
Michael Breen. Hold on. Do you have a sister, Michael? Who maybe went to Salty High? Doesn't look like scratches from a bumper or a drinking glass.
And she has 9 videos. So you could just go to Karen Reed, part of her, and she has the playlist of 9 videos that she did on the case.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. And then as far as Adam Montgomery, I've been watching every day after day. I think the prosecutor is doing an excellent case and an excellent job. But the problem is to me, what worries me is there is no video footage of him actually hitting her. So it's like he said, she said, like you said, how do we know she didn't do the hitting and kill this child? So
Right.
that's where it's going to be a problem. But there's enough witnesses saying that he has this history, but it's still not saying that she didn't do something to the child. So it's I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't either.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
It's been something. I do think that the jury is going to, I mean, they're not supposed to take it into consideration, him not being there, but I don't know how they couldn't, just absolutely have that in their minds, the fact that he's not sitting there trying to defend himself. But
I mean, I wish they gave her more charges.
Oh, wow.
Accessory to it or things like that, besides her getting off in May. But I do realize also they would have no case without anything that she told them.
Right. They wouldn't. You're absolutely right.
So
It would just be
Should have got him on the disposal.
a lot of circumstantial evidence. Yeah.
But they do have a lot of DNA and things like that, the stuff from the ceiling. It was gruesome to listen to what was being said.
I had to stop.
Well, and that's where I struggle with it, is just her detail of everything felt like an active participation to me, just like how in depth she went with describing what happened, and if you weren't there, would you be able to describe it that vividly?
I guess it's from her memories in and out. I mean, not only was she addicted to drugs, she totally depended on him. She, and I'm not making one darn excuse for her. She's in a syndrome of domestic violence.
For sure. Yeah.
Total. I mean, and I'm very much of an advocate for that because I was a public health nurse for 20 years. So I've seen the worst situations and the best situations. And all kinds of home lives and everything else, from like mayors to like going into where they're shooting at people. But
it's an awful one. I mean, you think of all these different cases with these kids, and now you got Audrey, and it's just the whole thing's so sad and depressing when you think about the cases that we're following, where all these people, somebody said in the chat, I think Twist said there were people, but they just didn't pay attention.
They weren't her people.
Yeah, and
that's what I'm saying. Like, I had a person.
Yeah.
I've been the person for quite a few kids. I've been their person, and these kids don't have somebody that was making sure they were okay.
And that's the thing that is most important. There's always got to be a somebody, even if you don't want to get involved. If you see something, and that's hard too. Maybe you see Adam and the wife and the kids living in the car. What do you say? You like, oh, they're poor. That's terrible. But I'm sure. I mean, she said they went and got crack and heroin, and so
Yeah.
you're high. You're probably nodded out in the car. Nobody saw you with these little babies in the back of the seat. Nobody did anything. It's just sad, man. It's so sad to think that
Oh,
all
God.
that family, they knew what was going on. I mean, they didn't even let them in the house. What was the guy's name? He brought them pizza to the car. It's like you couldn't have let them in the house. Like they
Yeah.
had an infant and a baby and another little girl. Ugh,
Sitting in their
love these
own
people.
feces and urine for days
The days.
and not cleaning them. And
Ugh.
his long history since he was 16 of criminal activity is really unbelievable.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
got a really long history there of
He's such a-
violence towards women, stalking.
I'm glad. I mean, he got 60 years right now. In Massachusetts, a lot of times you get good time, which is half time, but I think they're going to convict him on this. I think they're going to convict him on this too.
I just don't. That's the
I
only thing
hope
that
so.
bothers me. Why can't they get like video from the meth clinic if this happened outside the meth clinic or Burger King or something? That's the part that's needs to be tied in somewhere. That's
Because it's
bothering
so
me.
old. It's so like they didn't know she was missing for so long that, you know, a lot of that footage
Stuff. Yeah.
records over itself after. I mean, if you're lucky, I watched this documentary about a case where they were trying to find this killer out in the middle of the boonies, and they were like, what are the chances? Like one girl got away, and she said, you know, he was in a silver minivan, and they're in the middle of the woods, and the police are like, what are the chances someone around here has a camera? Well,
Right.
a mile and a half, 2 miles down the road is a blueberry farm that actually had a camera, and the silver minivan drove into their parking lot and turned around, and so they were able to get it. But if they had came just a couple days later, it would have been gone because the footage rewrites itself like every 60 days. And you know, so many cases are like that. Like with this, there's so many places they could have went and got video from along the route to see about her tail light and things like that. But by the time they put that into effect, that footage has already been wrote over. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a
businesses have
shame.
changed. People have
Mhm.
moved. It's
I wish there was like cloud storage, you know, instead of the local tapes, it just went straight to the cloud.
It
Mhm.
ama-
Especially due to crimes, you know, it should just go to the cloud. Everybody should have storage up there. And that's
Could you
it.
Exactly.
imagine how much room that would all take?
I know. But the
It
cloud,
amazed me
it's
Do you
though.
know
unlimited, right?
do you know the constitutional ramifications of that idea?
I
You have
know.
to opt in, right? Which is fine too.
But Walmart had stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My biggest question is how he went to CPS. Like how? I don't know. I don't know. They said that she was moaning and crying after Burger King, but never narrowed it down. I know that they said when she was
Are they
under the
trying?
blanket
Yeah.
in the back, and they were like,
Mhm.
was she still making the sound? And Kayla was like, no.
Oh gosh.
Like
And
she
the-
just stopped making a sound, and then they just covered her with a blanket and went on
And
about
she,
their day.
yeah,
And ate
they
their
didn't see
freaking
it.
breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ugh.
they ate.
Could you
Oh my
imagine
god.
you're sitting in the front seat of the car eating Burger King, nasty Burger King breakfast while your baby is dead at your own hands in the back seat?
Well,
That's
and the
messed
thing
up.
was, she had urinated on herself. So you got the two other
Mhm.
kids. You have her urine in the car. You're still stopping to get food. Then you go, you go to the methadone clinic. You get your crack and your heroin. You park. Nobody cleans her up, and they specifically
Nobody.
asked her, "Did you clean her up? Like, did
Mhm.
you stop and take?" No. Well, why? I don't know, because he was looking at me with crazy eyes.
Come on, man.
So you're just living back there. Your other children are there, and there's urine and feces and food boxes and junk and probably heroin needles and crack papers and the whole nine. And what the
Crack
fuck are you
papers?
doing?
Yeah.
What are crack papers?
You know, the paper you get the crack in. And you
Paper you
sling
get
it.
the crack.
Crack papers.
Crack papers. It's not
With
fucking
Crack
crack
pipe.
papers.
oh
I don't know what you
yeah,
get crack in these days, but
Crack
Nicole
pipe.
with two other
Crack
kids next
baggie.
crack
to her.
pipes.
Could you imagine
lighters.
that? That imprints on those babies too. Like they
Yeah.
might not remember it, but it's imprinted on it. Like it's a
Well,
traumatic
if they were
experience
smoking,
that are gonna be there forever.
if they were
And
smoking
you
it in
know
the
they didn't get
car,
out of the car to do the crack. So your kids are inhaling crack. Plus you're doing heroin. So you're definitely nodding. Plus you're already on the methadone. You're for sure nodding. What are these kids doing in the back seat?
These drugs are definitely stealing the souls of these people. They're
Absolutely.
soulless from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have no conscience. It takes away everything that they have. I mean, in their
Everything.
everything.
It's not just ruining like one generation. I heard somebody say this is ruining a whole generation. This is ruining multiple generations. This isn't
For
just,
sure.
something for people Kayla and Adam's age. This spans every generation now. Like
Yeah.
and it's
oh, that's
causing
Well,
right.
think of these
so
two little
much.
kids, the two little boys
I
now.
know.
They're with
Yeah.
somebody else, right? So they're
And
going to
as
get
a
older.
daughter.
Yeah.
Their
It's
course has
crazy.
changed forever.
Yeah.
And
Forever.
this is just one of thousands, if not millions. It's just
What did you think of the diapers worker?
God.
Did you want to wring his neck?
Yes. All of them. All of them.
He just they got in the car and went down the street.
Yeah.
Are you freaking kidding me?
No.
Oh, frig. I was wanting to go through the TV screen.
Yeah.
Listen, as a public health nurse, my supervisor would always go and say, Robin, what kind of trouble are you into now? The mayor just called me. This one just, what are you doing? I would have chased that son of a MFer down the street with
Hell
my
yeah.
car and called the police on the son of a gun.
Yeah.
I'm
You know
from
what?
up north. That's how I am.
Stuff happen. These are babies. Forget them. Or, I just offer, like, can I help you? Can I take them off your hands for a day? Do you need a shower? Do you need to go to the Y and like get a shower? I'll just keep them here and you just go. And
I've
they're
had
stopping
some.
Burger King, they're stopping at stores, they're parked outside, shooting up crack, they're in the parking lots, they're everywhere.
They're toting around a cooler and a bag and storing it in freezers and strollers, and it's like, how is nobody?
And then it's in a
Nobody privy to
motel ceiling and it's leaking. Like,
Exactly.
what? I don't understand any of it. I don't understand.
It's definitely one of the worst cases I've ever heard
Ever.
at trial.
Ever.
It's horrible.
And then
I have had some run-ins with Child Protective Services and myself. Believe me.
yeah, I mean, they're supposed to be checking too. The mother was calling. The mother ends up writing the mayor. Like, what is going on? Where's my kid? But nobody knew. And it's just like, they didn't even keep up with her. So if the courts are given Adam temporary custody, CPS clearly was involved for the longest.
And
They saw that house, what it looked like.
Heartbreaking fact. The most heartbreaking fact is that she was supposed to be adopted out. She was supposed
And
to
they
be adopted
really
out.
loved her too.
Yeah.
And her little brother is doing well, and it's just so sad.
I know.
The mom, I have a really hard time with her choice to go to her son's adoption rather than one hearing where they gave Adam custody.
Yes, I agree with that. She
That
actually
doesn't make
came to
sense.
Twitter right after she went to the mayor and like got this all stirred up, and she did a couple Twitter spaces and stuff, and that a couple people grilled her on that and held her feet to the fire for it. It's that's something.
I don't understand that decision.
Michael, it's New Hampshire.
Wasn't there something about that one of them was supposed to be rescheduled or something, but I guess the court didn't get the stuff on it fast enough, so she could go to both. I thought that I might be mistaken.
They said no to it, and I would usually when a judge does something like that, there's a reason, right? So we don't know the particulars.
It's awful.
It is.
Her case, I listened to probably the first I don't know, 4 days, and I had to take a break. I took a couple days and was just like,
Yeah.
I can't even listen to this. And I can listen to the most horrific stuff. I fall asleep to murder. But
Mhm.
her case, I was like, I really cannot do this. Like the way she's describing it, and she's barely crying that he squished up her body and folded her to put her in a
Ugh.
bag, and then they carried it around, put it in ceilings. So you're telling me you're eating dinner in a motel with your other kids and the dead kid is in the ceiling?
Yeah.
I've
What are you saying? I don't understand what you're
Oh, I
saying.
thought it was in the mini fridge at the hotel.
Yeah, they
Yes.
put it everywhere.
There too.
For a while, it was in the ceiling. Then he
Ceiling.
had to take her in the bathroom and squish the liquid out of her. I
Oh
can't.
God. Yeah, I'm not caught up because it was too much. It's so emotionally
In
overwhelming.
the fit center ceiling, and they slept underneath the body. Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Mm-mm. Well, yes, I can.
Like,
I've
oh,
seen enough cases where, like, I had on a Saturday call out the president of my company, of the VNA, to get diapers to come out of the case because nobody would come on a Saturday, to get 4 kids out of a house where there was a robbery over a drug deal of 2 cartels, and the kids were in there crying. The mother was crying. The drug dealer, I didn't know, I did his bandages on his head, was part of the robbery. And she's crying. They're coming back for them. I went to the police. I went to everybody. And my supervisors, what are you doing? And I'm like, look, either they're going to get these kids out of here or I'm putting them in my car. These kids have to get out of here. They said they're coming back. I don't give a shit if she doesn't want to take the kids out of here. They're coming back. Well, I finally got somebody to get the kids out of there, to get her in a shelter. And they came back, and the drug cartel came back. They cut the floor because underneath was a jewelry store they robbed.
Oh my God.
But my sons were like, Mom, can you get a different job?
No.
I'm like, no, God's
I want to
watching
keep
over me.
this one. Mm-hmm.
But they were like, it's Robin, it's Saturday. You're calling the president of the BNA. You're getting everybody. I said, I don't care.
Well, but you made a difference for somebody somewhere, probably
There's 4
many
little
times
kids.
over.
There's
Yeah.
4 little kids here. And the mother is like, well, I'm not leaving. I'm like, yes, you're going to have to leave, or I'm taking your kids out of here. Diapers better get down here now.
Car trunk, snowbank, fridge, freezer, ceiling, hallway, cooler, pizza shop, fridge, bathroom, another ceiling, and unknown. That is, and she's just a baby.
So
Just
now you
a
know why I
little.
wanted to jump through the TV at this diapers guy who's
Yeah, I
sitting there
can't.
saying, oh, they just drove away. Oh, hell no, buddy. Track them. Track that son of a bee.
Yeah.
Chase him.
Yeah. Like
Oh
what?
my God, I
I
was
just
losing my.
don't. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the Uncle Kevin, he seemed really upset. He seemed emotionally like he was really bothered. But at the same time, it's like he told all these people that Adam gave her these black eyes, but what else did you do? Why didn't you get her out of there? I
He
mean,
did,
not that he could, but
he did an interview 2 years ago. Like, you're all now acting like what happened to her. I
Right.
tried. I called everybody, and
Mhm.
now nobody knows where she is. I tried the best I could. He seemed like he was a little slow
Yeah,
to me, and I felt bad for him. He was really emotionally tore up by this
he was. He was.
because he really tried the best he could with what he had to work with.
Yeah, I paused him a lot because I was like, I don't even know.
But
I
I
don't know
think
if I can
did
listen to
any
this.
did anybody else think like the owner of the Audi, the drug dealer, wasn't he was sus in my opinion. Some just seemed off with that guy. But maybe it's just because he's a drug dealer, but
I don't know if I saw. him
Oh, he's
yet.
Trace. You got to watch him. He's a piece of work, man. My God, I was
Yeah.
laughing at him actually. I'm
He's
like,
the
he's
one
straight.
who wouldn't deal drugs on Thanksgiving. He's like, oh no, I didn't give him drugs then. It was Thanksgiving. I'm like, oh, a drug dealer with a conscience. Okay.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
morals. Yeah.
Yeah, but he brought them Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, listen,
Yeah.
even drug dealers got some bit of a conscience. You know what I mean?
I guess.
He's a riot.
Weird.
He's definitely street people. Tracy, you'd like to listen to him. He had me laughing.
Bieber, no. Listen, Chasing, initially when I heard about him having knowledge of the black guys, if that would have been said in our family, you would have been beaten to the ground, but I digress. Then she writes, wait, for fuck's sake, eyes, not black eyes.
Knowledge of the
Like,
black eyes.
Which black guys?
Yeah.
I'm like, who is she talking about? Did I miss somebody else too?
Girl, talk to text always ruins my life. Like, I did not just say duck.
Yeah, my talk to texts are awful because of my accent.
Oh,
And I try to pronounce, so I'll go out of my way to pronounce the R's, and then that sounds so much worse, and my phone doesn't have a clue what I'm talking about. And I'll do it if I'm like driving and listening to YouTube. I'll like say a comment. I did it in Granny's the other day. It was completely gibberish. It made no sense. And I'm like, I was trying to backspace it, sent it. It didn't make sense. And people were like, what? I'm like,
And then the creator always reads the one you mess up on, and they
Always.
like try to figure out your words and get it so wrong, and you're like, I'm just gonna back out of here. That was embarrassing for me, not them, me.
and I always try to say period, like the period, the punctuation, and then it puts period, like I'm saying period, and I'm like, why, Tracy? Why don't you understand phone? Period, period, and I'm trying to tell it, and it's like period, period. I'm like, I'm just trying to get it.
Punctuation period.
Try that. And I'll even say like period space, and it'll put period and then a space. I'm like, why?
Try
You
saying
want to make me
punctuation
ghetto?
period.
You do. I hate it.
Well, you'll know when I'm using talk to text because I use a lot of commas when I'm typing, and I can't say comma because it'll just write the word comma and not put in a comma, and so I'm like, forget it.
Forget me. I'm 70 years old and I'm so untechnical. I don't know nothing.
She was talking about the tattoo, the teardrop tattoo.
Yeah.
So who
He's
did
got
he
a
kill,
teardrop.
allegedly?
I mean, allegedly, whatever. He could have gotten in jail. But, I mean, I don't know what it means in New Hampshire.
It means the same thing everywhere.
I think it does. I think it means the same.
It does because my nephew got one in jail, and I was like, "Excuse me?"
Oh
And
my
he's young, and he
goodness.
was like, "Well, it looks cool," and I was
Well,
like,
it could
"No,
mean
no."
a couple of things. It could mean a lengthy prison sentence, and other times it means murder. But
yep.
Speaking of tattoos, what did you guys think about Audrey Cunningham giving that guy a tattoo?
Oh yeah, I saw it, but I don't think she was really tattooing. It didn't sound like the machine was on.
She was.
yes,
like-
she was.
She wipes blood off of him. Yeah.
It was blood and everything. Yeah.
Oh, see, I thought that she was
And
just
if you
playing
go,
around.
if you go to
I
AF
saw it.
Pennington removed the music.
Yeah.
So you can
I
hear
saw it.
her. You can hear exactly what she says.
And you can hear the machine.
Let me see here.
So my question is, why do we think that it was that guy?
Why does what?
Well,
Why do we
we
think
do.
it was that guy?
Huh?
Oh, it's his voice. Like you can hear him.
All right,
Do
let
we have
me.
his dad's voice? Her dad's voice? Anyway.
No, I think it's Steven's.
Okay.
I think it's his social media too, wasn't
I'm
it?
gonna share it. Hold on.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
that's
it's the social
dad's.
media. And I think the
Oh.
father has some kind of job that takes him away from the home.
Let's see. Hold on.
He's on a riverboat, and it's only a few days
Yeah.
a week. It's not
Yes,
all.
Daddy.
That's a pen. It's not a tattoo.
Can you listen this one?
God,
It's not a pen. Look at there's the wire from it. You
Yeah,
can see it.
but it's
It's
not.
not like a professional tattoo. It's like, stick and poke methy tattoo. It's not like what you go to a shop and get, but it's
Yeah,
legit.
okay. Well, maybe it is. Let me see. See, it looks like a pen, and then they put something around it. It doesn't look like
That's how they do it in jail, Mama.
Yeah,
tattoo machines. Yeah, they
it's
definitely
like a
don't look
stick
like
and
that.
poke. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me see here.
But you can see her wipe the blood away after she pokes
Well, I
him.
saw her wipe something. Yeah, let's see her hand. This poor little peanut, man.
I know.
Such a sad case. I hope they find her. I hope she got away and she's hiding somewhere.
Me too.
That's my prayers.
God, that's so loud.
Casket. Casket. Casket.
Casket?
Yeah, I see the wire.
But it's not making a sound.
I'm not friends with her. You know Aaron's name? Last name? Casket. Casket. Casket.
Somebody played and I heard a sound. Somebody did it.
Yeah, somebody did. Maybe when it has the music in it, you can hear because I heard the
might be
machine
it, yeah.
too. But yeah,
Let me see. I saw the one with the music in it. Maybe you can hear it, but
And the Facebook message that this guy writes to the mother that day, it's almost like he was setting her up. I saw that on Gray Hughes.
yeah.
yeah, I read all of them the other night. It's like, oh, all right, let me see. Oh.
You can hear it.
Now you can see it and hear it.
Mhm.
Yeah, she's definitely giving the tattoo at the age of 10. Okay.
See, there's the blood.
Yeah, you can see it really clear now.
How do you send this one to? I'm not friends with her. You know Aaron's name? Last name? Casket. Casket. Casket.
You can actually hear her talk a lot better there, even with the music. Like she asks, "Now who are you sending this one to?" Meaning the video, and she says, "Send it to Aaron." He's like, "I'm not friends with Aaron. Do you know Aaron's last name? Casket. Aaron So it's kind of like, what is happening here? Like, why?
Yeah.
Why are we recording this little girl taking, giving a tattoo and then sending it to some other guy? It's bizarre.
Let me see here.
I wish I had let my kids tattoo me when they were little. Nicole said that, but they're her kids, right?
Let me see. I was just seeing if they updated at all on her case, but God, there's a lot of drama going on right now. Mother of Jesus, Christmas. Okay.
There is a channel that I found. It's called Grizzy's Hood News.
Yeah, Hood News. She's good.
She goes out to just to show stuff, and she's saying stop bothering the family, stop doing this. She's just trying to get on the ground to show coverage.
Yeah.
And talk about praying for the family and everything. So she's pretty good because that's all she's showing and not much information.
Yeah, Grizzy's good. Hold on here.
And Texas Equishers, yes, they're out there.
Okay, sorry, yeah, the grifters are definitely on the case, but I was trying to look at regular people to see if there was any update on her, if anything had happened, but yeah, it's too many days now. Where the hell is she? It's just far too many days now.
Yeah, she did something an hour ago at Grizzy Hood News of them still searching.
Good.
At the Park River.
And those are the channels we need to be sharing, so that Just the people who are trying to
Absolutely.
just put out normal information and not be weirdos. Let me see.
That's all she's showing is
Grizzy.
what they're doing. Yeah, it's Hood News. I
Got
was
it.
getting her mixed up with True Crime Channel. Like, where is she?
I got her. Grizzy Hood News. Here we go. Paste.
Before you play that, I gotta hop down.
No, I'm not playing
Um,
anything. I'm gonna hop
Oh,
down
I thought,
myself.
okay.
I just
Okay.
shared her channel though, in
Oh,
case
good.
anybody wants
Good.
to subscribe.
Well,
I'm gonna
thank you
hop
for
down.
having me up. Thanks for coming up and talking to us, NJ.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
thank you. I was so nervous to come up. I didn't know if I could talk.
Ah,
You did great. I
But
loved it.
Deets, you
like
are
sitting
just
on the
like
porch having coffee and cigarettes. It's
I'm
fine.
so glad
I
you
love
came
it.
up.
Jose's under the porch, yeah.
Uh,
And the gang are gonna get into the golf carts. Yes.
I'll
But I
have to
love
suit
you
mine
all.
up.
Thank you for keeping everything real, sticking to facts. I appreciate that because I'm into like my whole family's police. I grew up with like dinner hour. We're talking about police cases, so it's
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
in my blood. So thank
It's
you very
important.
much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for being so kind. I love you all. I'm gonna get down, let you all
Thank you,
finish.
Love
Robin.
you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Robin.
Have a great day. God bless you all.
Thanks,
Bye.
You too. Bye, doll. All right. I'm gonna
Are we?
hop down and
We don't stream a lot because we suck, especially me.
yeah.
We all
I'm
have
doing
full-time
And
jobs,
we're all
81
like super
and,
busy right now.
grandbabies,
and candles. It's just like, I don't have enough going on, so I have to just add new scents to the store and act like, all the old scents aren't still there. I'm like,
Are,
oh, let me add all of these.
are we gonna? Do you want to finish this at some point?
Yeah, we need to.
I
We need
do.
to. We need to.
Do you want
Yeah.
to try to come back like tomorrow?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can try and schedule like 2 hours tomorrow.
Yeah, and if one of us can't make it, like, because I will be on Nana duty tomorrow night, but he
What about
normally
during the
goes.
day?
Well, I'm actually so my daughter works nights at a hospital, so when she has a 12-hour shift, it means I have like a 30-hour shift because I gotta be there to watch him before she goes to work, so she can sleep, and then after. But he normally goes down by like 7 or 8, so I'll pop up when he goes down.
Oh,
So you
so you
set it
can't.
for
Can you do
when
days during the day, or you can't do during the day?
I think evening would be better, honestly.
Evening's
So,
better for you. Okay.
but again, like I said, you guys, even if I can't come up, just I would schedule it anyway because it's a lot to get through.
Dina.
So, whatever time works the best for you two.
I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, Nicole says evening, please, too. So, well, maybe we can do it over on Gavel. What do you think of that, Gavel?
She fell
Where'd you
out.
go?
She's flabbergasted.
So weird.
Where'd she
Gavel,
go?
are you here?
Hey, Jean.
Oh my
Gavel,
God, I was muted the whole freaking
Of
time.
course. That's never happened to you before.
Never.
Never. Full-blown conversations we'll all be having, and we're like, Jenny, are you talking?
I'm like, nobody's listening to me. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
You
just
keep
you're
interrupt. You guys
muted.
keep interrupting.
I'm like, I'll just wait till everybody's done.
She's muted the whole time.
We're all waiting on her response and nothing. Crickets.
Yeah. Like, Jenny, are you still there?
I've gotten pretty good at it. I missed it this
muted.
time because I haven't been around for a while, but I did get really good at it for a while. Like if there wasn't more than a 2-second pause when her and I were talking, I'd be like, "You're muted. You're muted."
Always mute. Always. She knows. It's funny. Adrian does too. Adrian will be like, "Are you
She's
muted
really
or
good
not?"
at it.
Kilo's good at it.
You'll have to send me a picture, Sugar. I want to see. And we had to return the rat because she had a respiratory infection. So now I have 2 rats and they're sisters.
So wait, I saw that picture and I was like, why the F is there a picture of a rat in here? And I just kept scrolling because I'm like, this is gross. I didn't know you got a rat.
It's so
You
cute.
just don't, because that rat was
Mm-mm.
adorable, but it did have a respiratory infection. So then I had to return it and sanitize everything. And
So you
now
mean
I
it
have
carried
2.
a disease to your home and you got 2 more?
It's not a disease, it's a respiratory infection.
He's got a rat disease.
But you had to sanitize your whole home, so he carried
No, I had to
something.
sanitize their house.
Oh, their house, not your
But I
house.
ordered them a house, and it's
Mm.
beautiful.
So now you have 7 dogs, a cat,
8
and a rat.
dogs. No,
8
do I have
dogs.
8 or 9 dogs? What?
You got a crap ton of dogs, a cat, and a rat.
2 rats.
2
And all
rats.
the
Thank you,
fish.
Jenny. And all the fish. Oh my gosh, how could I forget the fish?
And I just added a couple more new fish. How about that?
It's We Built a Zoo Tracy style. Like I almost said it.
Oh,
Like, come
Sugar
on.
Magnolia.
Do you
Sugar
want to
Magnolia,
see
you're
their house?
always.
Do you want to
you're
see their
always
new house
invited.
before you leave? You do. You want to see the
Yeah.
house.
Come
But
on,
if
show me quick.
I would say, Sugar
don't
Magnolia,
rush
like
me.
she can't. I can see her always. She can't ever see me.
Who?
Aw,
Sugar Magnolia, and I don't know why. But you're always invited, Sugar Magnolia.
Mm.
I don't know why.
I don't know
So weird.
either.
Can you
It's
see
been
her
that way
when
for a
you're
long time.
modding?
I could see her even when I wasn't a mod.
No, there's no fish room now. The
I
rats are
think.
downstairs on the coffee bar. Hold on, let me show you their
They're
house.
on the coffee bra?
Bar.
A bra made out of coffee?
Yeah, it's just got
You
pictures
know I
of
don't wear
coffee
no
on
bra. Yes, it is.
That's a fact.
Yesterday I met Scott at the fish store after I went to get the 2 new rats, and I had the rats in my hood, and one of them pooped, so I'm like, fuck no. So I took off my shirt outside, my sweatshirt, and I had just a t-shirt on underneath of the fish store. And Scott's like, seriously, you're out here with no fucking bra? And I'm like, yes, I'm out here with no bra. He's like, oh my God, what are you doing? Of course, the owner of the store comes out. He's like, what? You never see nobody without a fucking bra? What is the problem?
That's the best part of when I got a reduction. Like, don't have to worry about that problem.
I would love
I love it.
that. Look at what their new
Love it.
house is gonna look like. Look at what their fucking new
Oh,
house is gonna look
that's cute, but I wouldn't put a
would you
rat in it.
What would you put in there? It's for rats.
Nothing, because I wouldn't have a rat.
It's for rats. And it has
Rabbit.
storage.
Some plants.
You can put rabbits and hedgehogs and gerbils in it too.
I think I could deal with the rabbit out of all those critters.
Bunnies
The
are cute.
hedgehog. Hedgehogs are adorable.
Hedgehogs are adorable. That's true.
I just had I
Look
can
at
do any creature. See, no, it looks too much like a mouse. I can't do mice or anything that looks like mice. I can't.
That's a hamster.
She almost threw up. She goes,
It looks like it's in the mouth. It's a cousin to mice, and I can't do that. Like I'll hold a tarantula. I'll hold like a killer snake or something, but I ain't no mice.
It's a rat mansion.
Mm-mm.
Do you guys want to see them real quick?
Mm-mm.
It's a rat beach house.
You do want to see them.
I don't really, but I'm here for you.
You haven't seen them
A
yet.
true test of friendship.
Wait, right here. Don't go nowhere. Now you gotta see them.
I can do spiders all day long over mouse-like creatures. Like, they just scurry
listen.
everywhere.
Here's what we'll do. I'll go, and so you'll know when to say, you don't have to.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Jenny. She's always got my back. Y'all.
She'll never know.
Never. Never. Oh, I like Mickey Mouse. That's about it. That is it. And even that is a stretch. Sometimes when I'm at Disney World, I want to clock the dude. So it's like,
What about
ooh.
Ratatouille? You like Ratatouille?
It was a struggle, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
It
fair,
was,
fair.
but it was a cute movie. It was. The ride at Disney's really fun, but no, I'm not a huge. I don't like mice at all. Ugh. And they
That's funny.
carry disease, like. Ugh,
Don't they
no.
like the boy ones? Don't their little things? Don't they drag on the
Don't
urine
run.
all over the house?
God, Jenny, I don't know why you traumatized me like this.
Aww, how
Tracy,
sweet.
get that thing off of your arm.
I told you I would say aw.
It's my
Look how
fault
cute.
for looking.
Just like, think of Ben.
It's just crawling all over her. I can't.
You can.
Like, think
What?
of Ben.
Huh?
Ben.
Yeah.
I already had one named Ben for years. He's screaming
Ben.
I'm not looking at you anymore. I'm looking at the chat. Forget that. That is so like
down. Stop, guys.
like little clawy toes all over your. Ooh, no. Mm-mm. I need a massage now. I'm so tense. Like, ooh.
Did you name them?
Huh?
Did you name them? Did you name
Yeah.
them yet?
One's name's Carlin, and the other's
Yeah.
named Mishka.
Oh, how sweet.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Carlin,
No, neither
Yeah.
one has balls. No.
Oh, that's
You guys are
cute.
saying no? Yes. Yes, they're babies. They're not.
Oh, look, the chat says they're cute.
They're not mice. They're rats.
they are cute.
And they're so sweet and precious.
No, Carlin's name is Carly. See, there she goes. This
Mm-mm.
one's Carly.
Oh, she got her head.
No.
Get that damn thing off your head. What are you?
Well, it's not like it's never been like a outdoor rat or anything like that.
No, it was
Ginny, it's a rat.
They are. They're very sneaky. They're very smart. They can walk on leashes.
What?
What
Are you serious right now?
I swear.
Oh my
I'm
gosh,
so
how cute.
Ben was
glad I'm
always
not on
leash,
camera.
yeah. Yeah, they're really smart. I mean, they're really smart. But these are just babies. They're probably only 3.5, 4 months old, I guess.
How does the CAT feel about it?
He doesn't.
He probably wants to do what he's biologically created to do and eat it.
Yeah, harness in the leash. See? Nicole knows.
Deets is going hard.
I haven't stopped with the goosebumps
Yes,
ever
yes,
since
yes,
she
yes.
came out, and I'm not even looking. I just listening and gives me chills and goosebumps. It's so gross.
Well, they do poop sometimes, Deets. That's the worst part.
Do you hear them scurrying in their cage at night?
Well, they're not in their cage yet. They're in a
Where
different...
are they?
On my coffee bar.
But they're not just
They're free
sitting
range.
there like trophies. Like
No,
what
I
are
have
they?
them in a big tote. With
Oh.
Can you
Betty.
do you hear them scurrying against the tote? Because I would die. I'll fall out right now.
Oh, no, you're going to hear them right now, bitch.
No.
Listen, 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 listen.
Mm-mm. Ah!
She left. Oh my god.
She's like, oh.
She's like, "Mine is."
Yeah, one is blue and white, and this one's like a grayish blue.
Himalayan blue, is that what it's called?
No, blue and white and grayish blue. See? What?
Oh.
You sweet baby.
Deed said nope, bye.
This one's Alexa's. She stole it from me. And
Oh,
its
is that
name is
Mishka?
Mishka. And then this one's mine. And that's Carly Carlin. Julie the monkey girl.
I love it.
Me too. So sweet. Lola will eat them though. She ain't playing around in the least bit. She very mean. No, the coffee bar. They're on the coffee bar. The cat doesn't really care, but you know. No, please. Oh my God. What is wrong with you people? You're
On the
so
coffee
weird.
pot.
Yes. My rats are in a coffee pot. On the coffee bar. Up, one's pooping or peeing. or it's getting mad at its sister.
Uh-oh.
Oh, because it's vibrating. When they vibrate, they're about to do something. No, they're such great pets. Shush your mouth. Oh, yeah, no, she's mad. She's chattering. What? What happened? Look, they're about to fight or something. What happened? What?
Oh,
Are you mad?
What if they just started doing it right there, like on your shoulder?
They're two
Big
girls,
Bear?
you weirdo. They're females.
Are you sure? Okay. Well, what are you
I'm
saying? They can't love
positive.
each other? They can't love each other because
I've
they're both
always had rats. I know males got huge balls. Huge balls. These are both females, and PetSmart sells. They have to be a one-sex store, so they can only sell female or male. And the one near me sells just females. So these are females.
Deeds tried so hard. She really did.
I have bunnies in my living room, so I get it. But just look up rats as pets. The poop just falls off. Nicole knows, honey. Poop just falls and rolls away, and Lola will try to eat it, I suppose. I don't really know. But
Rats will kill and eat your bullies, your enemies, according
well,
to a movie I saw.
well, sure, except these are babies and will probably get squashed. But you have to handle them a lot. So you had late developers and they had babies. Listen, I started out with 6 and I thought they were all male. One was a female, and they have like 10 to 15 babies at a time. It is absurd.
What?
Ma'am. I had
10 to
rat babies
15?
everywhere. It was horrible. Hi, Lulu.
I hope they're both girls.
They're both girls. Definitely.
Can you imagine?
Look at their little tails. They love their mother.
Can you imagine though? Having that
No.
many little baby rats right now?
No, not right now. I'd have to separate them. I'd have to get another cage. There's
Like
no way.
127 souls under your roof.
No, I said like 12, not 127.
No, I'm
12.
saying like if that happened, you would end up like having
I'd be
about
screwed.
127 with all the fish and yeah.
No, it'd be too much.
There's
This
a
one
lot
is
of souls in there.
vibrating and it's chattering its teeth. Like, are you mad or happy? I don't know. Listen. They chatter like.
It sounds like when my dog puts her nose in my ear.
Feed them to your pet snakes, liar. Never.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me know what you want to do tomorrow. We'll
Yeah,
try to
I will. Uh-oh.
read it.
Did they pee? No. Okay. All right. I love you.
I love you so much. Thanks for having me. Bye,
Cheers.
everybody. Have a
Bye
good night.
now. Oh, they're going down my shirt. Jesus, Lord. I don't have a bra on. They're going to take my nipples off. Bye.
Oh, God.
dumb. Why are you still live? Like, end.